The private orbital station hung silently in the vast black canvas of space, a gleaming testament to human ambition and corporate might. Through the expansive windows, the Earth spun quietly, a distant blue orb set against the endless void. The station's interior was sleek, all polished metal and illuminated panels. The hum of life-sustaining machinery, a constant, reassuring drone. Alex adjusted the strap on his security harness, his sharp eyes scanning every inch as he drifted forward. This was no ordinary assignment. The corporate summit commencing here was a convergence of the most powerful factions in the business world, each with stakes higher than anyone on the station could openly admit. And with power came the promise of betrayal. His footsteps, or rather, the gentle push-offs that replaced them in zero gravity, were quiet against the smooth floors as he moved toward the central hub. Delegates in tailored suits and smart dresses floated in clusters. Their conversations, a low murmur punctuated occasionally by the clink of glasses or the soft laughter of calculated politeness. Alex noted the practiced smiles and veiled glances exchanged. Here, every smile could mask a dagger. Near a wall panel, he caught a flicker of movement, shadow darting just beyond the edge of light. The panel's surface shimmered briefly. Alex's brow furrowed. It was subtle, easily missed by anyone not paying close attention. But he was. His instincts, honed by years of security work and a personal history scarred by sabotage, told him this was no accident. He made his way to the science bay, where Dr. Lena Ortiz was already at work. She looked up as he entered, her curly black hair framing a face marked by intelligence and quiet determination. "Dr. Ortiz," Alex greeted, voice steady despite the tension tightening his chest. "Any updates on the station's systems?" She adjusted her glasses, eyes meeting his with a spark of resolve. "All nominal so far, but I've been monitoring some minor fluctuations in the power grid. Could be nothing, but in this environment, even minor glitches can be dangerous." Alex nodded. "Keep me informed. We can't afford surprises." Their conversation was brief, overshadowed by the arrival of Marcus Vale, a tall man whose calculating gaze seemed to weigh everything and everyone. Alex's instincts flagged Marcus as a wild card, his loyalties unclear, his agenda wrapped in layers of corporate intrigue. Across the room, Vivian Cade made her entrance. Elegant and composed, her platinum blonde hair a striking contrast to the sterile environment. She moved with the confidence of someone accustomed to power. Alex watched as she surveyed the room, her piercing blue eyes missing nothing. The summit was underway. Alex's mind raced as the formal announcement echoed through the comms system, announcing the gathering's commencement. The stakes were higher than ever, and he knew the shadows hiding beneath the polished surface of the station could be deadly. As he floated toward his post, Alex couldn't shake the feeling that Helix 1 was less a place of progress and more a powder keg waiting for a spark. Somewhere in the silence of space, the first move had been made. He tightened his grip on the security console floating before him, preparing to dive deep into a web of espionage and betrayal that would test every ounce of his skill and resolve. The journey had begun. Security Officer Alex Mercer moved through the narrow corridors with practiced ease, his lean frame adapting fluidly to the zero-gravity environment. The corporate summit was underway, but beneath the polished surface of professional decorum, Alex sensed something was deeply off. As he began his routine security sweep, the first anomalies caught his attention almost immediately. The corridor lights flickered briefly, a subtle but irregular pattern that shouldn't have been there. The station's power grid was designed with redundancies, able to reroute energy in the event of failure. Yet, these glitches seemed deliberate, a hidden pulse beneath the station's pristine operation. Alex's sharp eyes scanned the area, noting the faint scent of recycled air mixed with a metallic temps that suggested minor electrical discharge. The soft hum of the station's machinery was punctuated by distant voices. Delegates engaged in conversations that, while outwardly polite, carried an unmistakable edge. Paranoia, he thought, was a natural consequence in this high-stakes atmosphere, yet his instincts told him it was more than that. Rounding a corner, Alex entered the station's laboratory, where the chief scientist, Dr. Lena Ortiz, was already at work. She was a figure of calm determination, her medium height and curly black hair distinctive under the complex glow of holographic displays. Adjusting her glasses, she studied the system diagnostics with meticulous care. "Alex," she greeted, her voice steady but tinged with concern. "We've detected some irregularities in the environmental control systems. Not catastrophic yet, but definitely outside normal parameters." Alex nodded, stepping closer to the translucent screen that pulsed with data streams. "Do you think it's sabotage?" Lena's eyes darkened slightly. "It's possible. The glitches coincide with some unusual network activity I picked up this morning. Someone is probing our systems, testing vulnerabilities." The implications sent a chill down Alex's spine. Helix 1 was not just a station, it was a fortress for corporate power. Any breach could be catastrophic. As they conferred, Alex's mind raced through the list of delegates. Among them was Marcus Vale, a corporate strategist whose ambiguous loyalties had already raised flags. Alex recalled their brief encounter earlier that day, Marcus's polite smile barely masking a calculating gaze. Later that afternoon, during a summit briefing, Alex observed Marcus closely. The man's every gesture seemed measured, his eyes darting with subtle calculation. He exchanged brief, almost imperceptible signals with other delegates, conversations laced with double meanings. Trust was a scarce commodity here. Alex's suspicion deepened when he returned to the maintenance bay, a cramped compartment filled with the mechanical heartbeats of the station. Floating in zero gravity, he inspected a panel that had been tampered with. The subtle scratches and misaligned wiring spoke volumes. Someone was sabotaging the station from within. The quiet of the bay was broken only by the faint hiss of pressurized air and the soft clank of tools. The weightlessness contrasted starkly with the heaviness settling in Alex's chest. This was no ordinary malfunction. It was a calculated strike. Back in the lab, Alex and Lena pooled their findings. Their collaboration, a fragile alliance forged in the shadow of growing danger. They mapped the anomalies, cross-referenced the network logs, and began piecing together a pattern. Espionage was no longer a theory. It was a reality unfolding beneath their feet. Despite the tension, Alex remained methodical, his analytical mind refusing to succumb to panic. He knew the stakes, the lives aboard Helix 1, the future of the summit, and his own survival depended on uncovering the truth before the sabotage escalated beyond control. As the chapter closed, the station's corridors felt less like a place of diplomacy and more like a chessboard where every move could be deadly. Alex's gaze hardened with resolve. The game had begun, and he was ready to play. "This isn't just technical glitches," he muttered under his breath. "It's a message, and I intend to find out who's sending it." Alex Mercer moved with practiced ease through the narrow passageways, his lean frame adjusting effortlessly to the absence of gravity. Every step, or rather push, was deliberate, conserving precious energy as he navigated toward the source of the latest anomaly of power. Fluctuation that had rippled through the station's critical systems. His sharp eyes scanned the corridor ahead, where the soft hum of failing machinery mingled with the faint buzz of emergency alarms. The pristine silence of the orbital station was fractured, and with it, the fragile sense of security that had held the summit's attendees in check. As Alex rounded a corner into a dimly lit maintenance bay, a shadow shifted ahead. He jerked to a halt, muscles coiled and senses primed. The figure emerged smoothly from the shadows, his tall silhouette sharply outlined against the flickering lights. Marcus Vale. Marcus's calculating gaze met Alex's with an unsettling calm. "Detective work already, Mercer?" he asked, voice smooth but guarded. Alex's eyes narrowed. "You could say that. These power fluctuations aren't accidents. Someone's playing a dangerous game." His tone was steady but carried a note of warning. Marcus smiled thinly, floating closer, the lack of gravity allowing a fluid grace to his movements. "Dangerous games are part of corporate life. You should know that better than most." The air between them thickened with unspoken tension. Alex studied Marcus carefully, the way his eyes flicked away just a moment too soon, the subtle tightening of his jaw. There was something beneath the polished veneer, a shadow lurking just out of reach. "I'm watching you," Alex said quietly, "and I'm not alone." Marcus's smile faded, replaced by a cold glint. "Then you'd better watch your back." The conversation was cut short as the station's lights flickered violently, plunging the corridor into near darkness. A metallic clang echoed somewhere down the hall, followed by the sudden activation of emergency lighting that bathed the area in harsh red. Alex's pulse quickened. Power fluctuation confirmed. His cum crackled softly. Life support systems are stable but compromised. He propelled himself swiftly toward the control hub, muscles tense with urgency. The zero-gravity environment made every movement a careful calculation too fast, and he risked collision. Too slow, and precious seconds would be lost. Reaching the security office, Alex anchored himself to a console and scanned the flickering monitors. Data streams jumped erratically across the screens, fragmented and incomplete. The sabotage was no longer subtle. It was escalating, threatening to spiral out of control. Dr. Lena Ortiz's voice came over the calm but urgent. "Alex, the systems are straining. We need to isolate the source before the station's integrity is compromised." Alex's fingers danced over the controls, piecing together the sabotage's pattern. Each anomaly formed part of a larger puzzle, one that pointed toward a deliberate and sophisticated attack. He leaned back, eyes narrowing. Marcus is involved, or at least, he knows more than he's letting on. The cold weight of suspicion settled heavier in the confined space. Trust was fraying, alliances shifting like the station's unpredictable gravity. Alex rose, ready to confront the tangled web of deceit. The shadow of betrayal floated just beyond reach, as elusive and dangerous as the void outside. And in the zero-gravity depths of Helix 1, every shadow could be the last. Alex drifted through the station's central hub, the blue glow of overhead lights casting long, wavering shadows on the curved walls. The hum of machinery was omnipresent, but now laced with an undercurrent of menace. Every creak, every flicker of light was a reminder that beneath the summit's polished surface, something rotten was festering. Marcus Vale appeared from an adjoining corridor, his crisp suit a stark contrast to the utilitarian environment. The two men circled each other in the weightless expanse, their bodies twisting gently as they spoke. "You're making a lot of enemies," Marcus said, voice low and sardonic. "Better that than being the one they trust to stab in the back," Alex replied. "What's your game, Marcus?" "Survival," Marcus said simply. "In this game, loyalty is a currency no one can afford to spend freely." Alex's gaze sharpened. "I'm not playing games. The tension between them was palpable, the silence punctuated only by the distant beeping of alarms. Suddenly, the station jolted, a shudder rippling through the hull. The emergency lights flared, bathing the area in urgent red. "Power failure in Sector 7, a voice announced over the intercom. Alex's heart pounded as he propelled himself toward the affected area, mind racing through protocols and contingencies. The station was a cage, and the saboteur was tightening the lock. Back at the security office, Alex convened with Chief Engineer Raj Patel and Dr. Lena Ortiz. Screens displayed a map of the station with highlighted trouble spots. "The saboteur is targeting systems systematically," Raj explained, frustration clear in his voice. "Life support, power grids, communications," Dr. Ortiz added. "We're patching vulnerabilities as fast as we find them, but it's a losing battle if we can't identify the source." Alex nodded grimly. "We need to flush out the mole. Marcus might be the key or the threat." Raj glanced at Alex. "You think he's involved?" "I don't know yet," Alex admitted, "but I'm watching him closely." The room felt smaller, the weight of isolation pressing down despite the high-tech surrounds. Outside, the stars blinked coldly, indifferent to the human drama unfolding within Helix 1. Later, in the quiet of his quarters, Alex floated alone. His mind replayed the encounter with Marcus, the shifting glances, the half-truths. The zero gravity gave a surreal quality to the space, but his thoughts were grounded in stark reality. The sabotage was escalating. Time was running out. And in the shadows of Helix 1, trust was the most fragile commodity of all. As he stared out at the infinite void, a single question echoed relentlessly. Who could he trust when every ally might be an enemy? The answer would decide the fate of the station and everyone aboard. He clenched his fists. Yet beneath the gleaming surfaces and polished presentations, a storm brewed, one of suspicion, fractured loyalties, and whispered betrayals. Alex Mercer floated through the narrow corridors of the station, his sharp eyes scanning for any unusual movement. The zero-gravity environment lent an eerie grace to the interactions around him, but he knew better than to be lulled by appearances. The summit's attendees were a powder keg of ambition and hidden agendas. Every glance, every hushed conversation could conceal a threat. He paused near the observation deck, a glass pane revealing the vast, star-studded void beyond. Clusters of delegates gathered in tight circles, their voices low and tense. Alex's gaze narrowed as he noted the subtle signs of unease, flicker of a suspicious look, a barely concealed scowl, a hand tightening around a glass of synthetic water. The alliances he had once thought stable now seemed fissured, shifting under the pressure of the mounting sabotage. Dr. Lena Ortiz met him in the lab, her expression grave but resolute. The sterile room hummed with the low thrum of computers and life support systems. Holographic schematics floated in the air, casting a pale blue glow over their faces. "The patterns are more deliberate than we first assumed," Lena said, tapping a cluster of data points. "These aren't random failures. Someone is targeting specific systems to cause maximum disruption." Alex leaned in, his brow furrowed. "But who, and why now?" Lena exhaled sharply. "That's what we're trying to figure out. The sabotage aligns too closely with the summit's key operations to be coincidental. Someone wants to send a message or worse." Their alliance was uneasy. Alex, the hardened security officer, and Lena, the empathetic scientist, but necessity forced cooperation. Together, they sifted through layers of encrypted logs and system anomalies, piecing together a puzzle that grew darker with every revelation. Meanwhile, Marcus Vale remained an enigma wrapped in a tailored suit. Alex found himself drawn into tense exchanges with the charismatic delegate, whose shifting loyalties and elusive answers only deepened the web of intrigue. In a narrow zero-gravity corridor, the two men faced each other. Marcus's calculating gaze met Alex's sharp eyes, the silence between them thick with unspoken challenges. "You realize this summit is a chessboard," Marcus said smoothly. "Every move counts, and some pieces will fall." Alex's voice was steady but cold. "I intend to make sure I'm the one controlling the board." The conversation was a dance of half-truths and veiled threats, the station's silence amplifying their quiet words. Suddenly, alarms blared, and the lights dimmed abruptly. A power fluctuation had plunged a section of Helix 1 into darkness, the emergency systems kicking in with harsh red glows. The wail of sirens echoed down the corridors, mingling with frantic footsteps and urgent commands. Alex's heart pounded as he activated his comlink. "Status report. Life support in Sector 7 is compromised." Lena's voice crackled through. "We're working to stabilize it, but the sabotage is escalating." The chaos underscored the fragile state of trust aboard the station. Delegates eyed each other with growing suspicion, alliances fraying under the strain. Alex moved swiftly, coordinating with his team and the engineering crew, knowing that every second counted. Back in the control room, Lena's fingers flew over the console, rerouting power and analyzing data streams. "Whoever's behind this knows the station intimately," she murmured. "This isn't just sabotage, it's a declaration of war." Alex clenched his jaw. The summit was unraveling, the corporate facades cracking to reveal raw ambition and betrayal. In the zero-gravity confines of Helix 1, trust was a rare commodity and one that could mean the difference between survival and catastrophe. As the station stabilized, for now, Alex's thoughts churned. The fractures among the delegates were deeper than he had imagined. Marcus's shifting stance was a constant shadow, a reminder that the enemy might be closer than he dared to admit. The night stretched on, the quiet after the storm, a fragile veil over the mounting tension. Alex knew this was only the beginning. The true test lay ahead, one that would push him to the edge of endurance and force him to confront the fractured loyalties, threatening to tear Helix 1 apart from within. And in the endless expanse of space, there was nowhere to run. With a steadying breath, Alex prepared for the next move, knowing that every choice carried weight in this deadly game of espionage and survival. The shadows were deepening, and the stakes had never been higher. "We have to find the saboteur before it's too late," Alex said quietly to Lena, the resolve in his voice echoing through the sterile air. The game was on and the price of failure was unthinkable. His eyes, sharp and calculating, scanned the length of the hallway, reflexively seeking out the slightest irregularity. But it wasn't just the immediate threat of sabotage occupying his mind. It was the echoes of a past that refused to let go. A flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision, but when he turned, there was nothing but the artificial light bouncing off the metallic walls. Still, the sensation triggered a flood of memories he had tried to bury deep beneath layers of professional detachment. Years ago, on a station not unlike this one, a sabotage had nearly ended in catastrophe. The failure to stop it had haunted Alex ever since, each survivor's face etched indelibly in his mind. The weight of that failure pressed down on him now as he floated in the zero-gravity environment. The isolation intensified by the vast emptiness of space just beyond the station's bulkheads. The silence was less comforting and more oppressive, a reminder of how alone he truly was in this fight. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to focus on the present. The anomalies he had noticed, the subtle power fluctuations, The unexplained sensor failures were signs that the saboteur was active and growing bolder. His mind raced through protocols and possible suspects, each thought tinged with the paranoia that had been creeping in since his arrival at Helix 1. Later, in the cramped confines of the station's laboratory, the soft glow of holographic displays bathed the room in blue light. Dr. Lena Ortiz sat hunched over a console, her fingers dancing across the controls as she analyzed data streams. Alex watched her, the contrast between her calm, methodical approach and his jittery energy striking. "These patterns," Lena said quietly, "they're not random. Someone is deliberately targeting the station's core systems, but they're masking their tracks exceptionally well." Alex nodded, the tension in his shoulders easing only slightly. "We need to anticipate their next move. Every second we waste increases the risk." Their whispered conversation was punctuated by the distant creaks and groans of the station settling into its orbit, the vastness of space visible through the viewport beyond. The emptiness was a constant reminder of their vulnerability. Security briefing came next, held in the command center, a claustrophobic room lined with monitors and controls. The team gathered: Jenna Wu, his dependable subordinate, and Chief Engineer Raj Patel, whose calm demeanor was a steadying influence. Alex addressed the group, his voice steady despite the storm of doubt raging inside. "We've identified multiple sabotage attempts, focusing on life support and power systems. We're facing an adversary who knows this station intimately. We must tighten protocols and monitor all personnel closely." Eyes flickered with fear and resolve. Jenna's fingers hovered over her communication pad, ready to respond to any threat. Raj nodded thoughtfully, already calculating repair priorities should systems fail again. But beneath the surface of this professional facade, tensions simmered. Alex's cautious nature and tendency toward distrust began to create fissures in the team's cohesion. His flashbacks made him overly wary, sometimes dismissing suggestions or second-guessing allies, and it was clear to him and to those around him that the stress was taking its toll. That night, alone in his quarters, Alex sat staring out at the swirling stars beyond the station's reinforced glass. The cold beauty of space was both a comfort and a torment, a vastness that mirrored the chasm inside his mind. The faces of those lost in the previous sabotage haunted his thoughts, their silent accusations echoing in the quiet. But he knew he couldn't afford weakness, not now. The past had shaped him, forged a relentless determination that now propelled him forward. The saboteur aboard Helix 1 was a deadly puzzle, but Alex was determined to solve it even if the cost meant confronting the ghosts within himself. Suddenly, his communication device beeped sharply, jolting him from his reverie. A new alert, another anomaly detected in the station's environmental controls. The threat was escalating. Alex took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. The game had changed. There was no turning back. "Time to move," he muttered to himself, rising with renewed purpose. As he prepared to step back into the fray, the weight of his past and the pressing danger of the present collided, forging a resolve as unyielding as the metal walls around him. The harsh klaxon blared relentlessly, slicing through the usual mechanical hum of Helix 1's systems. Raj Patel was already there, crouched low before the main console, his fingers flying over the touch interface with frantic precision. "Pressure dropping fast in Section 7, Raj reported, voice tight with tension. "Oxygen levels are falling. If this continues, it'll compromise the entire station's atmosphere in under an hour." Alex's sharp eyes scanned the readouts, noting the cascading failures. Isolate the breach. Lock down the affected ducts. We can't afford a panic, he ordered, voice steady despite the rising alarm. Raj nodded and tapped commands rapidly, rerouting oxygen flow to unaffected sectors. The hiss of compressed air filled the room as backup systems kicked in, but Alex knew it was a temporary fix. This wasn't an accident. Sabotage was the only explanation. The weight of that realization pressed heavily on his chest. He glanced at the emergency monitors. Life signs flickered, and the faint silhouettes of delegates appeared on surveillance feeds. Some oblivious, others already gathering in growing clusters of anxious conversation. Get security teams prepped for immediate lockdown, Alex instructed Jenna Wu, who had just arrived, breathless through the airlock. We need to find who did this before they strike again. Jenna nodded, her eyes sharp and alert. I'll coordinate with the patrol units. No one in or out without clearance. Alex moved swiftly through the station's narrow, zero-gravity corridors, magnetic boots clicking against the walls. Every sound was amplified in the confined space, the distant clank of machinery, the hurried steps of crew members, the faint drip of condensation from a vent. His mind raced, piecing together the puzzle. Someone aboard Helix 1 wanted to cripple the summit, to bring this station to its knees. He caught a glimpse of Marcus Vale lingering near one of the restricted access points, his tall frame casting a long shadow. The corporate delegate's calculating gaze met Alex's briefly before flicking away, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Suspicion twisted in Alex's gut. Back in the engineering bay, Raj Patel's steady hands worked feverishly to seal the breach. Streams of technical jargon spilled from his lips as he coordinated with Dr. Lena Ortiz, who had arrived to assist with scientific analysis. The sabotage targeted the primary oxygen recycling module, Lena explained to a small group of gathered officials, her voice calm but urgent. If not contained quickly, the station's atmosphere will become toxic. Delegates exchanged worried glances. The fragile veneer of corporate diplomacy was cracking under the pressure. Alex stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tension. We're containing the damage, but this incident exposes vulnerabilities both in security and trust. We need full cooperation if we're going to stop whoever's behind this. A murmur of unease rippled through the crowd. Whispers of betrayal and conspiracy hung thick in the recycled air. Later, as the immediate crisis eased, Alex gathered his core team in the operations center. The room buzzed with the low hum of consoles and the soft tapping of keyboards. This wasn't a random attack, Alex said, eyes hard. Someone had access, knowledge, and the intent to cripple this station. We have to find them before they strike again. Jenna shared her patrol reports. No unauthorized entries detected. But subtle clues suggested the saboteur was skilled, careful. Marcus stood nearby, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. Perhaps it's time to reconsider who we trust, he said smoothly, the hint of a challenge in his tone. Alex's jaw clenched. The summit had become a tinderbox, and the spark had been struck. Every step forward would mean navigating a labyrinth of lies, suspicion, and fractured loyalties. As the station's atmosphere stabilized, a heavy silence settled over Helix 1. Tension simmered beneath the surface, and Alex knew the cracks in the station's armor were more than physical, they were fractures in trust, in alliances, and in the very fabric of their survival. The sabotage was just the beginning, and somewhere aboard Helix 1, the saboteur was watching, waiting for their next move. Alex stared out the viewport into the infinite blackness beyond, the distant stars cold and indifferent. The fight to save Helix 1 and everyone aboard had only just begun. Stay sharp, he muttered to himself, because in space, Every second counts. And with that, he turned back into the station's tangled corridors, ready to confront the shadows that lurked within. Alex Mercer floated with measured precision, muscles taut under the weightless conditions as he approached the figure ahead. Marcus Vale's tall form twisted slowly in the absence of gravity, his sharp suit slightly rumpled, dark eyes locked onto Alex with a mixture of calculation and guarded restraint. "Marcus," Alex began, voice steady despite the tension coiling in his chest. "We need to talk." Marcus offered a thin smile, his calculating gaze unblinking. "Always straight to business, Alex. What's on your mind?" "The sabotage," Alex said bluntly. "Your movements, the unexplained communications. I need to know where your loyalties lie." Marcus's smile faded just a fraction. "You think I'm the mole? That I'm working against the station? I think you're playing a dangerous game, and I want to be sure whose side you're on." The two men floated closer, the confined corridor amplifying the gravity of the conversation despite the lack of actual gravity. Marcus's voice dropped to an almost conspiratorial tone. "In this environment, lines blur, Alex. Trust is a luxury none of us can afford." Alex's jaw clenched. "I'm not here to play games. Lives are at stake." Marcus shrugged, a gesture impossible to hide even in zero gravity. "And yet, here we are, circling each other like wary predators." Before Alex could press further, a soft chime echoed through his comlink. He glanced at the display. Dr. Lena Ortiz was reporting from the science bay. "Alex, you need to see this." Her voice crackled with urgency. "There's been another fluctuation in the station's systems. This one's more complex. I've isolated patterns that suggest coordinated sabotage." He nodded, reluctantly releasing Marcus with a final, sharp gaze. "We'll continue this later." Marcus's eyes flickered with something unreadable, and he gave a curt nod before drifting away into the shadows of the corridor. Alex moved swiftly through the station's labyrinthine passages, the muted hum of the life support systems a constant reminder of the fragility surrounding them. The zero-gravity environment distorted perspective, making every turn a disorienting challenge. As he entered the science bay, he found Dr. Ortiz surrounded by holographic displays, their ethereal blue glow casting sharp contrasts against the dim room. "What do we have?" Alex asked, scanning the data streaming across the screens. Lena tapped a sequence of commands, isolating segments of the sabotage signature. "It's deliberate, precise. Whoever is behind this knows the station's systems intimately. The attacks are designed to look like technical failures, subtle enough to delay detection, but severe enough to destabilize critical functions." Alex's mind raced. Any leads on who could pull this off? She shook her head, frustration shadowing her features. "Not yet, but the patterns coincide with Marcus's unexplained absences and encrypted transmissions." Before Alex could respond, a soft chime announced an incoming communication. The screen flickered, revealing Vivian Cade's composed visage. "Alex," she said smoothly, her voice laced with silk and steel. "I trust you're managing the security challenges with the usual efficiency." He studied her carefully. Vivian's platinum blonde hair framed a face of elegant composure, her piercing blue eyes radiating calm control. Yet beneath the surface, Alex sensed the undercurrents of menace and calculation. "Vivian," he replied evenly, "your presence is hard to ignore. What's your interest in the summit's security?" She smiled faintly, a gesture as enigmatic as the depths of space outside the station's windows. "I'm here to ensure the summit's success. After all, we all have stakes in its outcome." Alex's suspicion sharpened. including sabotage. The smile vanished instantly. I won't dignify that with a response. But beware, Alex. Not all threats come from outside. The line went dead, leaving a cold silence in its wake. Alex's gaze drifted to the window, Earth's blue orb spinning silently, indifferent to the human dramas unfolding in orbit. As he turned to leave, his comlink crackled again. Patrol complete. Jenna Wu's voice reported from the maintenance shafts. No anomalies, but tension is thick here. Everyone's on edge. Stay sharp, Alex replied. Keep me posted. He exhaled deeply, the weight of responsibility pressing down even without gravity. The veil of deceit aboard Helix 1 thickened, each revelation only deepening the mystery. Marcus's evasions, Vivian's cryptic warnings, the escalating sabotage, all threads in a dangerous tapestry that threatened to unravel the station and everyone within. In the drifting silence of space, trust was the rarest commodity, and Alex Mercer knew that to survive, he'd have to pierce the veil or be consumed by it. The shadows lengthened in the corridors as the summit's tension mounted. Somewhere in the station, the saboteur moved closer to their goal, while Alex wrestled with the ghosts of suspicion and the stark reality that in zero gravity, as in life, nothing was ever quite as it seemed, and the next move could be fatal. The summit's grandeur was deceptive, a fragile veneer over a simmering cauldron of paranoia and mistrust. Each step Alex took was measured, his eyes scanning not just for physical threats, but for subtle signs. A glance held too long, a hand twitching near a concealed device, the faintest hint of a lie. He found Dr. Lena Ortiz in the command center, her brow furrowed in concentration as she manipulated the console's interface. The room was dim, illuminated only by the flickering screens that cast ghostly light across her face. Alex, she said, without looking up, if intercepted encrypted transmissions. Patterns suggest external communications beyond our expected protocols. Alex leaned over her shoulder, his sharp eyes catching the irregular spikes in data traffic. Mercenaries, he breathed out, the word tasting bitter in his mouth. They're here, embedded within the summit. Lena nodded grimly. It's worse than we thought. They're well trained, moving with precision. The discovery sent a ripple through Alex's thoughts. The delicate balance of alliances aboard Helix 1 was fracturing, suspicion spreading like a virus. Faces he had trusted were now suspect, and those he had doubted seemed to hide deeper secrets. Determined to uncover more, Alex shadowed Marcus Vale down the labyrinthine halls. The usually charismatic delegate moved with calculated restraint, his eyes flicking to every corner, every shadow. The metallic clang of their footsteps echoed unnervingly, filling the silence with a tension almost unbearable. Alex's mind raced, weighing every interaction, every word exchanged. Marcus's loyalties remained a puzzler, key piece that could either unlock the sabotage plot or deepen the station's descent into chaos. Meanwhile, whispers circulated among the summit attendees, fracturing the once cohesive front. In the cramped zero-gravity meeting rooms, delegates avoided eye contact, their hushed conversations laced with accusation. The air was heavy with distrust. Alliances once thought solid now felt brittle, prone to shatter at the slightest provocation. Amid the chaos, Vivian Cade maintained an unsettling calm. Her composure was almost hypnotic, a stark contrast to the tension around her. Yet beneath her poised exterior, her piercing blue eyes flickered with cold calculation. Every movement, every word was a chess move in a deadly game where the stakes were nothing less than the station's survival. Alex returned to the command center, the weight of the discovery settling heavily on his shoulders. "We have to act fast," he said, voice low but resolute. "If mercenaries are this deep in, the sabotage will escalate. We can't afford any more missteps." Lena met his gaze, determination matching his own. "We'll need to tighten security protocols and monitor all communications closely. Trust no one beyond the core team." The realization was stark in the void of space, where every breath was precious. The greatest danger was not the vacuum outside, but the threats lurking within. The lines between friend and enemy were blurring, and Alex knew that survival depended on navigating that shifting terrain with razor-sharp instinct. As the station's emergency lights flickered on, signaling heightened alert, Alex prepared for the battles ahead, both external and internal. Trust was a luxury he could no longer afford, and betrayal lurked in every shadow. The night stretched on, the cold silence of space pressing against the station's hull, a constant reminder that in Helix 1, no one was truly safe. And somewhere in the depths of the station, the saboteurs watched, waiting for their next move. The game had changed, and Alex was running out of time. Alex paced the dim corridor outside the meeting room, the metallic walls humming faintly with the station's life. The zero-gravity environment made every movement deliberate. A sudden jerk could send him tumbling into the bulkhead. He steadied himself, eyes narrowing as he watched Marcus Vale slip through the sliding door, the delegate's sharp suit a stark contrast to the utilitarian surroundings. Inside, the murmurs of whispered negotiations brushed against the sterile air. Alex's instincts screamed caution. Marcus had always been an enigma, his charm, a mask for motives hidden deep beneath layers of corporate intrigue. Now, with mercenaries aboard, that enigma seemed even more dangerous. The station felt smaller, its cramped quarters turning claustrophobic as paranoia wormed its way into every corner. Alex's thoughts drifted to the earlier briefing with Dr. Ortiz, where encrypted messages had revealed the chilling truth. Mercenaries were not just a threat, they were a ticking bomb. His communicator buzzed softly. He glanced at it. Jenna Wu, his trusted security team member, reporting increased movement near the cargo bay. Alex's gut tightened. The saboteurs were mobilizing. He moved swiftly, the hum of the station's systems a constant companion. The corridors twisted and turned, each junction a potential trap. Alex's breath was steady, but his mind raced, calculating probabilities, identifying vulnerabilities. In the cargo bay, shadows flickered beneath the harsh industrial lights. Figures moved with practiced stealth mercenaries, their presence confirmed. Alex's hand hovered near his sidearm, restrained by the zero-G conditions, but ready. Suddenly, a sharp clang echoed a misplaced tool dropped, or a warning shot. Eyes locked. The mercenaries froze, then scattered like phantoms in the night. Alex called in backup, his voice low but urgent. "Jenna, Rog, converge on my position. We have hostiles." The sound of rapid footsteps echoed as his team responded. The battle for Helix 1 had entered a new phase. Trust was fraying, alliances shifting with every heartbeat. In the vast silence of space, the war was now inside the walls. Back in the command center, Dr. Lena Ortiz analyzed the station's compromised systems. Lines of code scrolled across her monitors, revealing tampered subsystems and unauthorized access points. "Alex," she said, her voice steady despite the tension, "the sabotage is escalating. They're targeting the environmental controls next. If they succeed, the station's atmosphere could become lethal." Alex absorbed the gravity of her words. Time was running out. "We need to isolate their communications and track their movements," he replied. "I want a full inventory of everyone with clearance beyond level 3. no exceptions. Lena nodded, fingers flying over the keyboard. The station's digital heartbeat pulsed in the background, a fragile lifeline. Suddenly, the lights flickered. An ominous power surge rippled through the station's systems. "Sabotage," Alex muttered, eyes flashing with determination. "They're making their move." The battle lines had been drawn, and in the zero-gravity maze of Helix 1, every step, every breath, every choice could mean survival or death. The lines were blurring, friend and foe indistinguishable. And Alex knew one truth above all. In space, trust was the rarest commodity of all. "We can't afford to lose control," Alex said, voice tight as he gathered his core team in the cramped security briefing room. Marcus stood apart, his calculating gaze unreadable. Vivian Cade was notably absent, her influence felt but unseen. "We have mercenaries embedded," Alex continued. "They're sabotaging critical systems, and the summit is on the brink of collapse. We need to tighten security and prepare for confrontation." Jenna Wu nodded, her expression fierce. "I'll coordinate patrols and monitor access points." Raj Patel added, "I'm rerouting power to critical systems and isolating compromised nodes." Dr. Ortiz looked up from her tablet. "I've identified several encrypted channels. I'm working on decrypting them now." Alex's gaze hardened. "We're fighting shadows in zero gravity. Every alliance is fragile, every move dangerous. We need to be ready to act, to adapt, and to survive." The room fell silent, the weight of their mission pressing down like the void outside. As the station's alarms began their ominous drone, Alex's thoughts turned to Vivian Cade. Behind her poised facade lay a storm of ambition and betrayal. The lines were blurring, and the final battle was drawing near. Outside, the cold blackness of space awaited. Inside, Helix 1 was a crucible of fear, suspicion, and desperate hope, and Alex Mercer was standing in the eye of the storm, where trust was a weapon and betrayal the deadliest enemy. The game was far from over, but beneath its polished surfaces and high-tech allure lurked unseen dangers, whispered in the flickering lights and the subtle hum of systems faltering. For Alex Mercer, the station's corporate security officer, the unease that had been simmering since his arrival was now boiling over into a palpable threat. Floating through the narrow, dimly lit maintenance corridors, Alex's sharp eyes scanned the panels lining the walls, their readouts flickering with intermittent warnings. The quiet was deceptive. The low hum of the station's life support and power systems was punctuated by faint irregularities. A subtle shift in oxygen flow here, a brief glitch in communications there. The red warning lights blinked rhythmically, casting long, eerie shadows that stretched and warped in the zero-gravity environment, making every corner seem a potential hiding place for sabotage. "We're dealing with a ghost," Alex muttered to himself, his voice swallowed by the vastness of the station's hollow veins. Every system anomaly was a thread in a web he was only beginning to unravel. His cum crackled softly. "Mercer, you copy." It was Dr. Lena Ortiz, the station's chief scientist and his indispensable ally. "Copy, Lena. What's the status?" "Life support fluctuations are becoming more frequent, but they're subtle, almost surgical. Whoever's behind this knows exactly how to avoid triggering full alarms. It's like they're testing the station's defenses, probing for weaknesses." Alex's eyes narrowed. Any clues on the origin? Still tracking, but it's spread across multiple nodes. The attacks are scattered and low level, designed to slip under the radar. Her voice held a note of frustration, tempered by determination. They met in the control room moments later, the holographic displays casting a pale blue light across their faces. Lena's fingers danced over the interface, zooming in on data streams, and system logs. As she spoke, the complexity of the sabotage became clear. These aren't random glitches, they're coordinated strikes on the station's vital infrastructure: life support, communication relays, power distribution. Each incident alone might be dismissed as a technical fault, but together they form a pattern. Someone is deliberately undermining Helix 1's stability. Alex paced, the weight of the revelation sinking in. The station was a fortress in space, but even the strongest walls could be breached from within. "We need to tighten security protocols immediately," Alex said, voice low but firm. "Jenna, I want you running constant sweeps of the critical systems. Rog, coordinate with Lena, patch any vulnerabilities you find, and monitor for anomalies." Jenna Wu's voice came back crisp and resolute. "Understood, sir." In the engineering bay, Alex found Chief Engineer Rog Patel bent over a compromised power conduit, the faint smell of ozone lingering in the air. Roger's hands moved deftly amid sparking wires and flickering panels, a picture of calm efficiency despite the growing threat. "This sabotage is getting more sophisticated," Rog said without looking up. "Whoever's doing this knows the station inside out." Alex nodded. "That means an insider or someone with access. We can't afford mistakes." The enclosed space amplified the tension. Every spark, every flicker in the console felt like a countdown to disaster. Back in the control room, a sudden alarm shattered the tense quiet. Alex's CUM buzzed urgently. "Data spike detected in CUM's network," Jenna reported, her voice tight with alertness. "Possible interception or breach attempt." Alex's heart quickened. The saboteur was no longer hiding in the shadows. They were stepping up their game. As the team scrambled to isolate the breach, Marcus Vale's silhouette appeared in the doorway. His sharp suit and calculating gaze made him an imposing figure against the harsh lighting. "Trouble again, I see," Marcus said smoothly, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of something unreadable. Alex met his gaze, wary. "You have any insights?" Marcus smiled thinly. "Only that the station's vulnerabilities are more fragile than anyone admits." The lines between ally and adversary blurred further. Trust was a currency rapidly depleting in the claustrophobic confines of Helix 1. Hours stretched into an exhausting vigil as Alex, Lena, Rog, and Jenna worked in concert, patching systems and chasing shadows. The station, once a symbol of corporate triumph, now felt like a cage tightening around them. Each sabotage attempt a silent threat whispering of destruction. Yet Alex refused to yield. Every anomaly was a clue, every failure a lesson. The saboteur might be invisible, but they were not invincible. As the chapter closed, the station's lights flickered once more, the hum of life support wavering. Alex's voice cut through the CUMs, steady and resolute. "We hold the line, for now. But this fight is far from over." The silent war aboard Helix 1 had only just begun, and in the vast loneliness of space, the greatest danger was the one they couldn't see. The air was thick with a tension that only the confines of Helix 1 could breed. Claustrophobic and charged with the silent dread of an unseen threat. His fingers moved deftly over the keyboard, peeling back layers of garbled transmissions, hunting for anomalies that had evaded routine scans. A subtle irregularity caught his eye, a faint, recurring blip buried deep within the encrypted channels, too rhythmic to be accidental, too concealed to be benign. Alex's pulse quickened. He zoomed in, cross-referencing station communication logs and internal messaging systems. The pattern unfolded like a web, a covert communication channel hidden beneath the official networks. Someone aboard was sending secret messages, concealing their treachery under the guise of routine data. "Jenna, get me a trace on this channel. Now," Alex ordered sharply, not taking his eyes off the screens. Jenna's quick footsteps echoed as she floated into the room, her expression taut with concentration. "We have a mole, and they're smart enough to stave off the usual radars." Meanwhile, somewhere in the observation bay, Vivian Cade stood like a queen surveying her kingdom. The vast windows framed the endless blackness of space, dotted with distant stars, but her focus was on the interior of Helix 1. Her platinum blonde hair shimmered under the cold neon lighting, and those piercing blue eyes gleamed with a chilling resolve. A subtle smile touched her lips, a predator, savoring the tightening noose she had woven round her prey. She spoke into a concealed comm device, her voice low and controlled. "The web tightens. Let the summit fracture. Paranoia is our ally." Back in the control room, Dr. Lena Ortiz arrived, her dark curls slightly disheveled from a long day, glasses perched on her nose as she joined Alex at the console. "What have you found?" she asked, her voice soft but urgent. Alex pointed to the screens. "There's a hidden communication line masked within station data. It's a mole's lifeline. If we can trace it, we might isolate who's feeding information to the saboteurs." Lena frowned, scanning the data. "The encryption is sophisticated, definitely professional. This isn't just a random traitor. It's someone with deep access." Their whispered strategizing was interrupted by a subtle alert. Jenna's voice crackled over the comms. "Trace is active, but the signal keeps jumping nodes. Whoever it is, they know how to cover their tracks." Tension thickened the air. The summit's already fragile trust was now shattered by the confirmation of internal betrayal. Alex's mind raced through suspects, alliances, and the shifting loyalties he had observed. Marcus Vale, enigmatic and slippery, was near the top of the list. In a narrow zero-gravity corridor, Marcus moved with calculated grace, his sharp suit immaculate despite the station's growing chaos. Jenna floated beside him, her tone probing yet professional. "Marcus, care to explain these encrypted transmissions we intercepted?" Marcus's calculating gaze met hers, shadowed with a guarded edge. "I'm here to ensure my corporation's interests, nothing more." "If you're implying I'm involved, I'm implying nothing," Jenna cut in, voice steady but firm. "Just asking questions." The unspoken tension hung between them, a charged silence only broken by the faint hum of the station's systems. Back at the observation bay, Vivian's orchestration continued. Her subtle manipulations stoked the fires of suspicion, setting delegates against one another, fracturing alliances, and deepening the paranoia that Alex knew would be her most effective weapon. As the hours dragged on, the station's corridors seemed to close in tighter, the walls echoing with whispered accusations and guarded glances. Alex knew the discovery of the mole's channel was a turning point. The game had evolved from shadowed sabotage to a dangerous chess match of lies and deception. "We have to act fast," Alex said, voice low but resolute. "Because every second that passes, Vivian's plan moves closer to completion." Dr. Ortiz nodded, determination flaring in her eyes. "Then let's unravel this web before it's too late." The zero-gravity confines of Helix 1 had never felt more suffocating. The stage was set for a confrontation where trust was the rarest commodity and betrayal lurked in every shadow. Alex braced himself for what was to come, knowing that uncovering the mole's identity could save the station or doom them all. And somewhere, hidden in plain sight, the web of lies continued to spin. In the central command hub, the metallic walls seemed to close in as delegates shouted accusations with venomous intensity. Alex Mercer stood at the heart of it, the calm eye in a tempest of suspicion and fear. His sharp eyes scanned the bank of monitors arrayed before him, each screen flickering with live feeds and security data. An alert blared a breach had been detected in one of the station's restricted sectors, a place critical to the summit's operations. "We can't keep going like this," Alex muttered under his breath, his voice low but resolute. Beside him, Dr. Lena Ortiz's fingers flew over her console, passing the incoming data with practiced urgency. The sabotage isn't just isolated incidents anymore. Someone's escalating, and it's putting everyone here in danger. From the adjacent conference room, voices rose louder, the cacophony of distrust echoing through the station's claustrophobic corridors. Marcus Vale, ever the charismatic strategist, paced with a calculating gaze, his expression unreadable. When Alex approached, the air between them was thick with unspoken conflict. "You think this is my doing?" Marcus asked, a smirk playing on his lips as he leaned against the cold steel wall. "I don't know what to think," Alex replied evenly, eyes locked on Marcus's. "But right now, your loyalties are the biggest question mark on this station." Marcus shrugged, his eyes gleaming with ambiguous intent. "Perhaps, but if you want to catch the saboteur, you'll need to work with me, not against me." Before Alex could respond, an urgent alert cut through the tension. Jenna Wu, his most trusted subordinate, was reporting movement near the breach point. Swift and precise, Jenna navigated the zero-gravity corridors, her training evident in every fluid motion. The station's emergency lights flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the bulkheads as she neared the compromised hatch. The hiss of the airlock opening was a sharp contrast to the silence that followed. Jenna's voice crackled in Alex's ear, steady despite the threat. "I've got a visual on the intruder, preparing to engage." Inside the narrow corridor, Jenna faced the shadowy figure attempting to override the security panel. Their movements were quick, but Jenna's were quicker. With a swift, practiced motion, she incapacitated the intruder, securing the hatch before any further damage could be done. Back in the command hub, the news of Jenna's successful intervention rippled through the crew like a shockwave. Yet, instead of relief, it deepened the mistrust. How did they get in? Who's feeding them intel? Voices demanded. The summit factions, already frayed by suspicion, began fracturing further, accusations flying like shrapnel. Dr. Ortiz's voice cut through the chaos as she relayed her analysis. The breach wasn't random. The intruder targeted the communication arrays. "Someone wants to black out our comms, isolate us." Alex's jaw tightened. The sabotage was no longer just about destruction. It was about control. And to regain it, he would have to navigate the treacherous web of deception threading through Helix 1. As the chapter drew to a close, Alex found himself alone in the observation deck, gazing out at the endless blackness dotted with distant stars. The silence was a stark contrast to the turmoil within, but the weight of isolation pressed heavily. Somewhere amidst the polished surfaces and artificial gravity, a traitor lurked. And Alex knew that the station's survival and his own depended on unmasking them before it was too late. "Trust no one," he whispered to the void. Because in space, betrayal is the deadliest enemy. Alex Mercer stood motionless for a moment in the control room, eyes fixed on the fluctuating readouts that danced erratically across the monitors. The glow of red warning lights cast long shadows on the walls, flickering intermittently as the station shuddered with subtle tremors. Around him, the crisp air smelled faintly of ozone and cooling circuits. an antiseptic scent that had become all too familiar over his years in security. Dr. Lena Ortiz sat at one of the consoles, her fingers flying across the interface with practiced precision. Her curly black hair was pulled back tight, but a few loose strands clung to her forehead, damp with sweat despite the station's regulated environment. The glasses perched on her nose caught the light as her eyes narrowed in concentration. "Power fluctuations are spiking again," she muttered, voice low yet steady. "If this keeps up, the summit's main systems will shut down within the hour." Raj Patel, the chief engineer, stood beside her, arms crossed as he surveyed the data streams. His normally calm demeanor was fraying at the edges, evident in the tight line of his jaw and the restless tapping of his fingers against the console. "It's definitely not a random failure," Raj said grimly. "Someone's tampering with the station's power grid. I've checked the logs. There are deliberate overrides and unauthorized access points." Alex's brows furrowed. Sabotage was no longer a suspicion. It was a confirmed threat. The implications hit him like a punch to the gut. If the station's power failed, not only would the summit be crippled, but lives would be at risk in the cold vacuum of space. "Have you pinpointed the compromised systems?" Alex asked, moving closer to the console. "Doctor." Ortiz tapped on the screen, pulling up a schematic of the station's power distribution network. "There's an unstable relay module in Sector 7, right near the secondary life support arrays. It's been overridden multiple times in the last 24 hours. If that fails, the oxygen recycling will go offline." Raj nodded. "I'm assembling a repair team now, but we'll need clear access and fast. If any of the saboteurs are still aboard, they might try to stop us." Alex's mind raced. The station was a labyrinth of corridors and maintenance shafts, every inch vulnerable. He needed to act quickly, but with caution. He moved out of the control room, the soft whoosh of his boots against the metal floors echoing faintly. The zero-gravity environment was deceptive. Without gravity to anchor him, every movement required careful calculation. He glided down narrow corridors, scanning for any signs of further tampering. At a junction near Sector 7, Alex slowed, his sharp eyes catching a panel slightly ajar. The metallic edges shimmered faintly under the station's fluorescent lights. With a gloved hand, he slid the panel open, revealing the power relay unit inside. The wiring was frayed in places, connectors loosened deliberately. He pulled out his communicator. "This is Mercer. Found deliberate tampering on relay module 7B. Need immediate engineering support." Within minutes, Raj and Dr. Ortiz arrived, their faces grim but determined. Raj knelt beside the relay, fingers expertly tracing circuits while Dr. Ortiz monitored the station's systems remotely. "Mercer, this isn't simple sabotage," Raj said quietly. "This was done by someone who knows the station inside and out. They knew exactly which systems to target to cause maximum disruption." Alex's gaze hardened, which narrows the suspect list. As Raj worked to stabilize the relay doctor, Ortiz's voice came over the comlink. "I'm rerouting power through auxiliary circuits. It's a temporary fix, but it should hold long enough for repairs." The station hummed with renewed energy, lights brightening and systems stabilizing. Yet the tension in the air was palpable. The threat was far from over. "Keep me updated on any anomalies," Alex instructed, and Raj, double-check all critical systems for further tampering. Raj nodded, already on it. Back in the control room, Alex sat before the main console, piecing together the clues. The sabotage was methodical, calculated, and personal. Someone aboard wanted the summit to fail, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Dr. Ortiz leaned over his shoulder, her voice soft but urgent. This relay is just the beginning. We're seeing similar irregularities cropping up elsewhere, subtle enough to evade detection, but dangerous if left unchecked. Alex's thoughts drifted to the delegates aboard the station, powerful corporate figures whose ambitions often blurred the lines between ally and adversary. Among them, Marcus Vale's ambiguous loyalties weighed heavily on his mind. Could he be connected to this? His communicator buzzed. Jenna Wu's voice came through, steady despite the tension. Mercer, there's been movement near the cargo bay. Possible unauthorized personnel. Alex stood, the familiar surge of adrenaline sharpening his senses. I'm on my way. As he floated through the corridors, the weight of responsibility settled like armor. The station was a fragile ecosystem, and every second counted. He reached the cargo bay to find Jenna scanning the area, her weapon ready but posture relaxed. Anything suspicious? Alex asked. Nothing yet, but the access logs show someone entered without clearance. Alex's mind raced. The saboteur was bold, daring to move openly in the station's belly. He motioned for Jenna to cover him as they began a systematic sweep. The corridor lights flickered, the station's heartbeat irregular under the strain of sabotage. Alex's breath caught a stark reminder that in the vast silence of space, the smallest failure could be fatal. Hours passed in a blur of checks, repairs, and tense conversations. In the makeshift command center, Rog and Dr. Ortiz coordinated with the engineering team, their voices a steady anchor in the storm. Alex reviewed the evidence collected so far, tampered relays, unauthorized accesses, and encrypted messages intercepted by Dr. Ortiz's systems. Each clue was a thread in the tangled web of deceit. He gathered his core team in the control room, the atmosphere thick with urgency. We're close, he said. Someone aboard is orchestrating this, and they want to bring Helix 1 down. We need to find them before it's too late. Dr. Ortiz nodded. I'm running diagnostics on all critical nodes. If we can isolate the pattern, we might predict their next move. Rog added, and I'll have repairs prioritized on vulnerable systems. We can't let the power fail again. As the summit's clock ticked inexorably forward, the pressure mounted. Alex knew that every decision, every action could mean the difference between survival and catastrophe. Outside the station's reinforced windows, the stars blinked cold and indifferent, a silent witness to the fragile battle unfolding within. The game was on, and Alex Mercer was determined to win, no matter the cost. But as the shadows lengthened and suspicions deepened, one question haunted him: who was the saboteur? And could he trust anyone to stand with him against the coming storm? The answer lay just beyond reach, hidden in the flickering circuits and whispered secrets of Helix 1. The explosion erupted near the engineering bay, a harsh metallic clang followed by the stench of burning circuitry and the acrid bite of smoke. Red emergency lights bathed the narrow hallways in a grim, pulsating glow as smoke swirled in zero gravity, obscuring vision and thickening the air. Alex Mercer was already on patrol when the concussion hit. The shockwave sent him tumbling, limbs flailing in the weightless environment. Instinctively, he twisted his body, using handrails to steady himself and assess the damage. His sharp eyes quickly registered the chaos, emergency alarms blaring, flickering lights, and the distant sounds of coughing and hurried footsteps. "Jenna," Alex called out, voice steady despite the surge of adrenaline. Security team member Jenna Wu responded immediately, appearing from around a corner with a portable oxygen mask in hand. Together, they propelled themselves toward the blast zone. Weaving through dense smoke, that clung to the station's metallic surfaces. Flashing lights illuminated the scene, panels torn open, cables sparking, and a small fire struggling against the station's automated suppression systems. Several crew members lay sprawled, some unconscious, others coughing violently as they struggled to breathe. Alex barked orders, coordinating evacuation routes and triage efforts over his comlink. "Get the injured to medbay, now," he commanded, eyes scanning for further hazards. The station's narrow corridors, once a symbol of cutting-edge efficiency, now felt like a labyrinthine trap, each corner a potential threat. Nearby, Dr. Lena Ortiz floated at a terminal, her fingers dancing over holographic controls as she assessed the damage. Her curly black hair floated around her face, glasses fogged slightly from the smoke. "Life support compromised in Sector 7, she reported, voice tense but composed. "Fire containment systems are operational but unstable. We need to reroute power immediately." Alex nodded, acknowledging the critical information. "Raj, status report," he called. Chief Engineer Raj Patel appeared, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos. "Damage to the primary conduit is extensive," he said, voice measured but urgent. "We're running emergency protocols, but if we don't contain this fast, the station's integrity could be at risk." The explosion was no accident. Alex knew that much instinctively. The subtle signs of sabotage he'd been tracking converged here, and the stakes had just escalated beyond corporate rivalry to a matter of life and death. As the emergency teams worked feverishly, Alex's mind raced back to the shadowy figure he'd seen in surveillance footage days earlier, Vivian Cade. Elegant and composed, with her piercing blue eyes and platinum blonde hair, she was the embodiment of cold calculation. Her presence aboard Helix 1 was no coincidence, and this attack bore her signature of ruthless ambition. Floating near the blast site, Alex spotted what he had been searching for: a small, nearly imperceptible insignia etched into a piece of debris. The symbol was one he recognized from intercepted communications, the mark of Vivian Cade's covert mercenary network. A chill ran down his spine as the realization settled in. The saboteur was closer than anyone had imagined. "We need to lock down the station," Alex ordered, his voice cutting through the static of his cum. "No one in or out without clearance. This attack is only the beginning." The summit delegates, already on edge from previous incidents, now eyed each other with growing suspicion. Paranoia rippled through the corridors as alliances fractured and accusations flew. Alex felt the weight of responsibility pressing down. He had to protect everyone aboard, unravel the sabotage plot, and prevent Helix 1 from becoming a tomb in the void of space. Despite the chaos, Alex maintained his composure, methodically directing rescue efforts and coordinating with Dr. Ortiz and Raj Patel to stabilize the station's critical systems. The zero-gravity environment, once a marvel of human engineering, now amplified every danger, turning simple movements into calculated maneuvers. As the smoke began to clear, the true extent of the damage revealed itself. The explosion had compromised vital systems, and the station's vulnerabilities lay bare. But one thing was clear to Alex: Vivian Cade's reach was deep, and time was running out. With renewed determination, he prepared to dive deeper into the web of espionage and betrayal that threatened Helix 1. The unseen enemy was no longer a shadow. It was a tangible force, and Alex was ready to confront it head-on. The chapter closes as Alex, floating weightless in the dim corridor, stares toward the distant bulkhead where the explosion had originated, his mind racing with the question: how many more attacks would it take before the station and everyone aboard was lost? Within its walls, the corporate summit was unraveling, and Alex Mercer could feel the weight of every whisper, every guarded glance pressing on him like the unyielding vacuum outside. He stood in the muted light of the conference room, the air recycled but thick with tension. Across from him sat Marcus Vale, the corporate delegate whose reputation for charm was as renowned as the shadows clouding his true intentions. Marcus's tall frame was impeccable in a tailored suit, the sharp cut accentuating a calculating gaze that never quite settled. "You want to play this straight with me?" Alex asked, voice low but firm. The data chip Marcus had slid across the table gleamed faintly under the harsh lights. Marcus's lips curled into a half smile. "I want to survive this summit, Alex. And I think we both can agree the sabotage is a threat to all of us. Though I admit my interests might not perfectly align with yours." Alex's eyes narrowed. He knew better than to take anyone's words at face value, especially not Marcus's. But the chip was a little crack in the conspiracy that had threatened to unravel Helix One's very existence. "What's on that?" Alex asked, picking up the chip with gloved fingers. "Information on the sabotage network locations, possible operatives, patterns," Marcus replied. "It's incomplete, but it's a start." Alex glanced at the door, then back at Marcus. "Why come to me?" Marcus leaned forward, voice dropping to a whisper. "Because if this station goes down, no one wins. And because I think you're the only one who can make sense of it all." The room seemed to close in on Alex, the hum of life support a constant reminder of the stakes. He weighed the offer carefully. Trusting Marcus was a gamble, one that could either save the station or hasten its destruction. Meanwhile, in the science lab, Dr. Lena Ortiz's fingers flew across the console, her eyes scanning the streams of data. The sabotage signatures were subtle but growing more frequent, a creeping poison eating at the station's systems. "Alex," Lena's voice crackled over the comms. "I've isolated new patterns in the sabotage attempts. They're targeting the power grid and life support redundancies. We're running out of time." Alex's jaw clenched. "We're forming a team. Marcus is cooperating, but I don't trust him yet." "Be careful," Lena warned. "The deeper we dig, the more dangerous it gets." In the narrow corridors, Alex met with Chief Engineer Raj Patel. The two floated in zero gravity, their movements practiced and efficient. "Raj, how vulnerable are we?" Alex asked. Raj gestured toward a panel displaying the station's schematics. "Fragile. The sabotagers hit our backups hard. If they manage to disable the main grid well, we're looking at a total blackout." Alex's eyes drifted toward the viewport, where Earth's blue curves spun silently beneath them. "We can't let that happen. Not here. Not now." Back in the security office, Alex pored over encrypted messages intercepted from within the summit. The data Marcus provided was a thread to pull, but unraveling it risked exposing them to greater danger. "Trust is a luxury we can't afford," Alex muttered to himself as he mapped out the connections, "but so is ignorance." The uneasy alliance with Marcus was a razor's edge, balancing between survival and betrayal. Every step forward deepened the web of suspicion, but it also illuminated the shadows where the saboteurs hid. As the chapter closed, Alex stood at the crossroads of trust and necessity, knowing that the choices he made tonight could either save Helix One or doom it to destruction. The station's future and the lives aboard it hung in the balance, tethered to the fragile thread of a dangerous alliance. The fight for Helix One was far from over, and the next move could change everything. Corporate leaders, their faces taut with unease, sat around a sleek, circular table etched with the insignia of their respective corporations. Despite the mounting crises, the summit pressed forward, each delegate eager to secure their interests before the fragile orbital station became a monument to failure. Alex Mercer stood near the command center's large viewport, the blackness of space stretching infinitely beyond, an unsettling reminder of their isolation. His lean frame was rigid with tension, eyes scanning multiple holographic displays, flickering with system diagnostics and security logs. Muted alarms occasionally punctuated the low hum of the station's life support systems, each blip a stark reminder of the sabotage that had become an unrelenting threat. Life support fluctuations stabilized for now. Dr. Lena Ortiz reported steadily, her voice crackling softly over the comms. Her medium stature was barely visible in the dim, bluish glow of the science bay, where consoles flickered with streams of data. Her curly black hair was pulled back loosely, glasses perched low on her nose as she monitored the station's vitals. Alex exhaled slowly. Good, but we can't afford complacency. Every system is a potential target. The words hung heavy in the stale air of the command center. Outside, the station's bulkhead walls reflected the intermittent strobe lights, warning of minor system faults. Only if caught in time. He turned to Jenna Wu, who was tapping rapidly on her wrist console. Any unusual movements in Sector 6? Nothing yet, Jenna replied, her voice low but alert. But the comms have been jittery. I'm rerouting to secure channels. Alex nodded, appreciating her unwavering focus. Jenna was more than a subordinate. She was a critical part of his makeshift team, a steady presence amid the swelling storm. Meanwhile, Marcus Vale lounged against the far wall of the conference room, his tall frame sharply dressed in a tailored suit that contrasted with the utilitarian attire of most station staff. His calculating gaze swept the room, flickering with a mixture of charm and suspicion. The tension between factions was palpable, each faction jockeying for power while watching each other like predators circling prey. We can't let paranoia undermine progress, Marcus said smoothly, his voice carrying a pragmatic edge as he addressed a group of delegates. The sabotage is a threat, yes, but so is losing the momentum of this summit. Alex's jaw tightened. Marcus's ambiguous loyalties had become a thorn in his side, a reminder that betrayal lurked not only in external threats, but within their own ranks. Progress without security is meaningless, Alex countered firmly, stepping into the room. If the station goes down, none of us get what we came here for. The room fell into a tense silence. Delegates exchanged wary glances, the fragile balance of alliance and suspicion teetering precariously. Later, Alex convened with Chief Engineer Raj Patel in the engineering bay, a cramped space lined with exposed conduits and control panels. Raj's steady hands flew over the controls, orchestrating repairs to damaged systems. The sabotage is getting more sophisticated, Raj admitted, wiping sweat from his brow despite the station's recycled air. We're patching holes as fast as they open, but it's a losing battle if we don't find the source. Alex's gaze hardened. Then we tighten the noose. Increased patrols, secure all sensitive access points, and keep communication lines encrypted. No one goes unmonitored. Raj nodded, the weight of the task evident in his tired eyes. In the following hours, Alex moved through Helix 1's narrow corridors with Jenna at his side. The zero-gravity environment rendered their movements fluid but deceptive. The faint hum of the station's systems was their constant companion, underscored by the distant echoes of voices and the occasional mechanical groan. Jenna's quick updates kept Alex informed. Sector 4's sensors picked up unauthorized access at 0300 hours. No visual confirmation yet. Alert the security teams, Alex instructed, his voice steady despite the rising tension. "We can't afford another breach." Back in the conference room, the summit continued amid guarded discussions and veiled accusations. The corporate players pushed forward with their agendas, the threat of sabotage lingering like a shadow over their negotiations. Alex found himself caught between enforcing security and managing the delicate political dance of the summit. At one point, Marcus approached him, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "You're making a lot of enemies," he said quietly. "But maybe that's what it takes to get things done." Alex met his gaze evenly. "I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to keep this station from blowing up." Marcus's smirk faded, replaced by a calculating seriousness. "Then maybe we're on the same side, for now." The uneasy alliance was a fragile thread in the tangled web of trust and betrayal that defined Helix One's current state. As the day wore on, the station's systems stabilized temporarily, but the underlying threat remained unresolved. Alex's mind raced with contingency plans, aware that every decision carried weighty consequences. In the quiet moments, he allowed himself a brief reflection on the cost of leadership in this suspended world. The pressure was immense, the margin for error razor-thin. Yet, beneath the anxiety, a steely resolve took root. The summit, the station, the lives aboard depended on his ability to navigate this fragile balance. Night cycles blurred in the artificial environment. Time marked only by the shifting light patterns simulated within Helix One. Alex stood once again by the viewport, gazing into the abyss beyond. The stars were indifferent, cold pinpricks in the vast silence. But inside the station, the fight was anything but silent. His communicator beeped softly. A new alert. Alex's lips pressed into a thin line. The battle was far from over. "We hold the line," he whispered to himself, steeling for what was to come. And as the station hummed beneath his feet, the fragile balance held for now. Alex Mercer moved cautiously, his body weightless but his senses sharply anchored. Every flicker of light, every faint creak of the station's infrastructure was a potential clue or trap. He floated forward, scanning the walls and ceiling with methodical precision. The summit was in full swing, but beneath the polished surfaces and corporate pleasantries lurked a deadly threat, a saboteur who had already shown a chilling aptitude for stealth and destruction. Alex's mind replayed the fragments of intel he'd pieced together over the past days. The sabotage attempts had escalated from subtle system glitches to overt attacks on critical infrastructure. Each incident ratcheted up the stakes, and the zero gravity of Helix One transformed every confrontation into a complex dance of physics and survival. Now, he was closer than ever to the source. His gut told him the saboteur was nearby, waiting, watching, ready to strike again. The corridor's sterile lights cast long shadows on the smooth panels, heightening the sense of isolation. Alex's breath was steady, controlled. There was no room for error. Then, from the corner of his eye, a movement. A shadow peeled away from the darkness, detaching itself like a spectre from the void. The figure was clad in dark tactical gear, designed for zero gravity. A visor partially obscured the face, but the intent in those quick, fluid motions was unmistakable: attack. Without hesitation, the operative lunged. Alex reacted instantly, muscles coiling as he twisted his body to evade the strike. The corridor became a stage for their deadly ballet flurry of spinning bodies. Fists and blades moving in perfect weightless harmony. The clash was fierce and silent. No gravity meant no grounding, so every push sent them gliding unpredictably through the air. Alex's training kicked in. He reached for the environment, his fingers finding a panel edge to propel himself. Momentum surged through his lean frame as he narrowly dodged a blade that sliced through the air, its cold glint catching the corridor lights. The saboteur was agile, but Alex was faster, more precise. The fight was not just physical, but tactical, a game of anticipation and reaction. Their bodies collided again, this time Alex managing to pin the operative against the bulkhead. His hands gripped the saboteur's arms, holding firm even as the other struggled to break free. Slowly, the visor slid back, revealing a face that hit Alex with a wave of shock. Recognition flash, this was no stranger. The revelation spun a new thread in the tangled web of deceit aboard Helix 1. Breathing hard, Alex stared at the saboteur's eyes that once belonged to someone he had trusted, or at least thought he could. The implications were staggering. The sabotage was deeper than he'd imagined, threaded through the very people he'd relied upon. The zero-gravity confrontation had lifted the veil on a hidden enemy, and with it, the stakes of the summit became clearer and deadlier. As the saboteur went silent under Alex's grip, a new chapter of the fight for Helix 1 began, a battle not just with an external enemy, but with the ghosts of trust and betrayal that haunted every corridor of the station. Alex knew this was only the beginning. Somewhere in the shadows, others watched and waited. The summit's fragile peace was shattered, and the race to prevent catastrophe had entered its most dangerous phase yet. "You're not the only one who thinks they can play this game," Alex whispered, eyes locked on the captive face. "But I'm the one who will finish it." The corridor's lights flickered briefly, as if echoing the tension that crackled in the air. Outside, the station spun silently in the void, oblivious to the deadly confrontation unfolding within. And Alex Mercer, battered but unbroken, prepared to take the next step into the heart of the conspiracy. The zero-G fight was a crucible, testing every ounce of his skill, determination, and trust. As the saboteur's identity settled in his mind, Alex realized that the line between friend and foe had blurred irrevocably. The summit was no longer just a corporate event. It was a battlefield, and the enemy was closer than anyone suspected. With the saboteur subdued, Alex signaled Jenna Wu on the comms. Containment secured, sending transport for extraction. But this is far from over. We need to dig deeper now. Jenna's voice crackled in response, steady despite the tension. "Understood, Alex. Stay sharp, I'm on my way." As he floated in the dim corridor, the weight of isolation pressing down despite the lack of gravity, Alex's mind raced. Trust was a fragile commodity here, and betrayal was the deadliest weapon. But he was ready to face whatever came next. The battle in zero gravity had revealed more than just a saboteur. It had unveiled the true depth of the threat, and Alex Mercer was determined to stop it, no matter the cost. His fingers moved swiftly over the control panel, coaxing data streams into decipherable form. Every decrypted line brought him closer to the truth, a truth that chilled his blood, despite the sterile coldness of the station's environment. For weeks, subtle anomalies had teased his senses. Power fluctuations, unexplained system glitches, hints of sabotage buried beneath layers of corporate posturing and strategic deception. But now, as the encrypted transmissions yielded their secrets, the full scope of the threat crystallized. Vivian Cade's voice, sharp and precise, echoed through the decrypted manifestos, revealing not just a plot to cripple Helix 1, but a deeply personal vendetta intertwined with a radical ideology about corporate power and dominance. Alex leaned back, the chair creaking softly beneath him in zero gravity, his sharp eyes scanning the holographic text as it detailed Vivian's plan. She sought to annihilate the station, not merely for profit or power, but to send a message, to erase the fragile alliances that she deemed corrupt and unworthy. Her sabotage was a calculated strike against the very heart of corporate influence, a ruthless gambit fueled by bitterness and ambition. The revelation unsettled Alex. Vivian was not just a saboteur. She was a visionary of destruction, a woman who had once soared within the corporate echelons only to be cast down by the very system she now sought to dismantle. Her motivations, though warped, bore the unmistakable marks of a personal crusade. Meanwhile, elsewhere on Helix 1, Vivian Cade maintained her composure with icy precision. In the observation deck, framed by the vast blackness of space and the shimmering blue orb of Earth below, she spoke quietly into a concealed communicator. Her voice was calm, measured, but laden with a cold fire. Phase 2 initiates at Cycle 48. The station's vulnerabilities will be exploited with surgical precision. We leave no margin for error. Her piercing blue eyes reflected the distant stars as she envisioned the coming chaos, a symphony of destruction that would reshape corporate power forever. She was no longer just a disgraced executive. She was a force of reckoning. Back in the cramped meeting room, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Alex faced Marcus Vale, whose tall frame was sharply outlined by the pale light of the data screens. Marcus's calculating gaze betrayed nothing, but Alex could feel the undercurrent of uncertainty and shifting loyalties. "What exactly are you hiding, Marcus?" Alex demanded, voice low but firm. Marcus's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. "Information is currency, Alex. Sometimes you have to hold your cards close, but rest assured, I'm as invested in this station's survival as anyone else." The words did little to ease Alex's suspicions. Marcus's ambiguous allegiance complicated the already tangled web of espionage. Trust was a luxury none aboard Helix 1 could afford. At the same time, Dr. Lena Ortiz stood before a bank of fluctuating system monitors, her fingers deftly manipulating controls as she analyzed the erratic readings. The subtle vibrations coursing through the station were a constant reminder of their precarious position. "Life support and power grids are deteriorating faster than we anticipated," Lena reported, eyes sharp behind her glasses. "If we don't stabilize the systems, the entire station could become uninhabitable within hours." Alex absorbed the gravity of her words. Time was slipping through their fingers, and Vivian's plan was advancing with ruthless efficiency. "We need to act now," he said, determination hardening his voice. "No more delays." The chapter unfolded as a tense dance of revelation and strategy, peeling back layers of Vivian's hidden agendas, while showcasing the fractured alliances aboard Helix 1, Alex's. Discovery of the encrypted manifesto was a turning point, a stark illumination of the ideological fire driving the antagonist and the scope of the disaster looming. As the chapter drew to a close, Alex's mind raced with possibilities. He knew the confrontation with Vivian was inevitable, a collision course set by the unyielding forces of ambition and betrayal. The shadows were lengthening, the stakes higher than ever. Would he be able to outmaneuver a foe whose resolve was as unyielding as the vacuum of space itself? Could trust be forged among fractured allies in time to save the station from obliteration? The answers remained just out of reach, suspended in the cold, unforgiving void that was both their prison and battleground. The fate of Helix 1 hung in the balance, and Alex Mercer was the last line of defense against the darkness that sought to consume them all. The countdown to chaos had begun. Delegates clustered around the oval table, faces tight with suspicion as they exchanged sharp words and pointed fingers. The once orderly summit had begun to unravel, each accusation like a wedge driven deeper between factions. Alex Mercer stood at the edge of the room, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd, noting the subtle shifts in body language, the clenched fists, the narrowed eyes, the sudden silences that spoke volumes. "This is getting us nowhere," Alex said, his voice calm but firm as he stepped forward. "We're all here to prevent disaster, not to tear each other apart." His words landed like a pebble in a stormy sea brief, ripples that quickly gave way to crashing waves of distrust. Marcus Vale's gaze flicked to Alex, a shadow of a smirk playing at his lips, but his eyes remained calculating, unreadable. The tension between them was palpable, a silent contest of will and suspicion. "We need facts, not accusations," Dr. Lena Ortiz interjected from the corner, her voice steady as she held up a datapad. "The sabotage is targeting critical systems, but the pattern is erratic, almost as if the saboteur wants to sow confusion." Alex nodded, grateful for Lena's clarity amid the chaos. "Then we focus on the facts. We tighten security protocols and monitor all access points. Jenna, coordinate with Rog to increase patrols and system checks." Jenna Wu, alert and unwavering, gave a curt nod before slipping out to execute the orders. The station's corridors, usually humming with a quiet efficiency, now felt like a pressure cooker ready to explode. Every shadow seemed to harbor a threat, every glance a potential betrayal. Later, in the narrow zero-gravity corridor, Alex and Marcus faced each other, the silence punctuated only by the soft hiss of air circulation. Their breaths floated in small clouds as they circled warily. "You're hiding something," Alex said quietly, his voice low enough to avoid prying ears. Marcus's lips curved in a sardonic smile. "And you think I'm the only one? Trust is a luxury we can't afford here." Alex's eyes hardened. "Then help me find the saboteur before it's too late." Marcus hesitated, the tension between them thickening until he finally nodded. "For now, but don't mistake this for loyalty." Back in her lab, Lena Ortiz's fingers danced over the controls, her mind racing to keep systems stable. The hum of failing circuits echoed ominously as she traced the sabotage's path through the station's core. Sweat beaded on her forehead despite the chill of the environment. "We don't have much time," she muttered, her voice a mix of determination and worry. From the shadowed observation deck, Vivian Cade watched the fractures she had orchestrated widen. Her piercing blue eyes were cold, calculating each move with ruthless precision. Around her, the station's silence was a cloak, shielding her machinations from discovery. She smiled thinly, savoring the chaos. The summit's fragile unity was crumbling, and with it, the last hopes of a peaceful resolution. Alex knew the cracks in their alliance were more than mere fractures. They were fissures that could split the station apart, leaving it vulnerable to destruction. As the night deepened, so did the paranoia. Whispers echoed through corridors, alliances shifted like sand, and every shadow seemed alive with menace. Alex stood at the eye of the storm, determined to hold the pieces together. But with Vivian's shadow looming larger every moment, the question remained, could he contain the growing discord before it destroyed them all? The station's lights flickered briefly, a subtle reminder that time was running out. Alex tightened his grip on the tablet in his hand, steeling himself for the battle still to come. The fight for Helix 1 was far from over, and the true test of trust and betrayal was only beginning. "We need to be ready," Alex muttered to himself, eyes scanning the flickering readouts. "Because once the cracks widen any further, there may be no turning back." Outside, the infinite blackness of space stretched endlessly, indifferent to the turmoil within. Inside, every heartbeat echoed louder, every breath a countdown. The station was a pressure cooker, and the fuse was burning fast. Alex knew one thing with absolute certainty. In the void of space, trust was as fragile as the air they breathed in, just as vital. The chapter closes on Alex's determined gaze as he prepares to face the unraveling chaos, the weight of his responsibility heavier than ever. The shadows grow longer and the stakes higher. The summit teeters on the edge, and the next move will decide the fate of Helix 1 and everyone aboard. The shrill blare of alarms echoed through the vents and panels, bouncing off cold metal surfaces, vibrating through the bones of those aboard. Alex Mercer felt his pulse spike as he immediately snapped into action, the familiar sting of adrenaline sharpening his senses. Powers down, systems unstable. Raj Patel's voice crackled over the comms as Alex floated through the narrow maintenance corridor. The sudden silence of the station's usual hum was replaced by the intermittent crackle of failing equipment. Dr. Lena Ortiz's voice came in, steady but tense. Life support is holding, but only just. We've got minutes before critical failure. Alex's eyes darted over the emergency readouts projected on his wrist display. The station's power grid was hemorrhaging energy, the sabotage disabling key nodes faster than they could be patched. His breath caught as the station shuddered violently, a reminder that the safety of everyone on board teetered on a knife's edge. Roger's gloved hands worked expertly on a panel ahead, wires floating loosely in the zero gravity. Alex reached to steady a drifting tool before it collided with the wall, the clatter magnified in the silent vacuum. Lena's voice guided Raj through rerouting procedures, her scientific precision a lifeline amid chaos. Reroute auxiliary power through Sector 7. It's the only stable node left, she instructed, eyes glued to her portable console. Alex positioned himself to pass tools, his movements careful and deliberate, muscles coiled to react instantly if something went wrong. Time was a merciless enemy. Every second lost was another step closer to catastrophe. The station's delicate systems, designed for seamless orbital operations, were now battlegrounds for survival. Alex's mind raced, reviewing every detail of the sabotage patterns they'd uncovered so far. Whoever was behind this had intimate knowledge of Helix 1's infrastructure. A sudden jolt rocked the station, sending a cascade of loose items floating weightlessly. Alex caught a wrench mid-air, the cold metal a stark contrast against his sweaty palm. Raj grunted, steadying himself against a bulkhead as the tremor subsided. Structural integrity holding. For now, he reported. The team's coordination was flawless despite the pressure. Lena's voice remained calm, a steady anchor. Power levels are stabilizing, but it's temporary. We need a permanent fix, fast. Alex's gaze shifted to the control room's main screen, flickering with unstable data. The sabotage was far from over. He knew Vivian Cade's shadow loomed somewhere in the depths of the station's labyrinthine corridors, orchestrating the chaos with cold precision. Raj, can you isolate the source of the surge? Alex demanded. Roger's fingers danced over the interface, scanning for anomalies. Tracing. Got it. It's coming from the engineering bay's secondary conduit, likely a hidden device. Lena's eyes widened. If that goes critical, it'll cascade through the entire power grid. The station will be a tomb. Alex's jaw tightened. Then we stop it, now. The trio navigated the station's claustrophobic passages. The low hum of emergency systems underscored by the distant echoes of panicked voices and hurried footsteps. Every corner held potential danger, every shadow a possible ambush. Yet, Their focus never wavered. Upon reaching the secondary conduit, Rog began dismantling the sabotaged components, his tools moving quickly but carefully. Alex kept watch, senses alert for any sign of interference. Lena monitored the system's response in real time. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded nearer to the command deck. Alex cursed under his breath. "We're running out of time." Roger's hands flew faster. "Got it. Device neutralized. Power is rerouting successfully." Relief washed over Alex, but it was tempered by grim reality. This was just one front in a larger war. The sabotage was escalating, and the saboteur was still inside Helix 1. Back in the control room, Alex stood beside Lena as power levels began to stabilize. The red emergency lights dimmed slightly, replaced by the steady glow of restored systems. Yet, the tension remained palpable. "We've bought ourselves some time," Alex said quietly, "but we're nowhere near safe. We need to find who's behind this before it's too late." Lena nodded, her face reflecting exhaustion and resolve. "And we will, together." Alex's eyes scanned the station's blueprints, the cold corridors and hidden compartments suddenly seeming more like a maze of threats. The race against time was far from over, and every second counted. As the alarms faded, a new determination settled within him. Helix 1 was more than a station. It was a crucible where trust and betrayal clashed, and survival demanded every ounce of courage and cunning he possessed. Outside, the infinite void of space stretched endlessly, indifferent to the fragile lives caught in its orbit. But inside, Alex Mercer was ready to fight, to protect, to uncover, and to endure. Alex Mercer's eyes, sharp and unwavering, locked onto the figure before him. Marcus Vale, the tall delegate, usually the picture of composed pragmatism, now seemed restless, his calculating gaze flickering with something darker beneath the surface. The tension between them was palpable, like the charged atmosphere before a lightning strike. "Marcus," Alex began, his voice low but firm, "we need to talk." Now, Marcus's lips curled into a faint, almost mocking smile. "You've been watching me closely. Careful, Mercer. Observation can be a dangerous game in this place." Alex took a measured step forward, reducing the scant distance between them. "Cut the games. I know you're not just here representing your corporation's interests. You've been playing both sides. Who are you really working for?" The question hung heavy in the recycled air. Outside the viewport, stars glittered faintly against the infinite blackness, a stark reminder of how isolated and vulnerable they all were. The station, Helix 1, was a fragile bubble in this unforgiving void, and the revelation of a double agent within could be the spark that ignited disaster. Marcus's eyes darted briefly toward the doorway where Jenna Wu stood silently, her posture tense, one hand near her sidearm. She was Alex's trusted subordinate, a steady presence amid the escalating chaos, but even her calm was stretched thin. "You don't understand the bigger picture," Marcus said finally, voice low and guarded. "I'm here to ensure my corporation's survival, whatever it takes. Loyalty is a luxury none of us can afford." Alex's jaw tightened. "That's just a convenient excuse for betrayal. You're sabotaging this summit, putting hundreds of lives at risk. Why?" Marcus's gaze hardened. "Because power doesn't negotiate, Mercer. It takes what it wants. And people like you are idealistic security officers, obstacles." A heavy silence fell. The room seemed to shrink, the weight of mistrust pressing down like the station's artificial gravity. Alex's mind raced, recalibrating every alliance, every piece of intelligence gathered so far. Marcus's duplicity was more than a personal betrayal, it was a threat to the entire mission. "You've crossed a line," Alex said quietly. "And now, I have to stop you." Suddenly, Marcus lunged, swift and calculated, attempting to overpower Alex in the cramped space. The two collided, bodies twisting in zero gravity as they grappled for dominance. Alex's training surged to the forefront, fast reflexes, tactical precision, and sheer determination. Jenna sprang into action, her voice sharp as she ordered, "Break it up. Both of you, now." The struggle ended as quickly as it began. Marcus, breathing heavily, stepped back, eyes burning with defiance but acknowledging the stalemate. "This isn't over," he warned, before retreating into the labyrinthine corridors of Helix 1. Alex stared after him, the gravity of the situation settling in. Trust was shattered, alliances fractured, and the clock ticking relentlessly toward catastrophe. The sabotage was no longer a shadowy threat, but a tangible, immediate danger, one that required every ounce of his cunning and resolve to confront. As the door slid shut behind Marcus, Alex turned to Jenna, voice steady but resolute. "We tighten security. No one moves without clearance, and we find out who else is playing both sides." Jenna nodded, her eyes reflecting the weight of their shared burden. "Understood." Outside, the vastness of space remained indifferent, a silent witness to the human drama unfolding within Helix 1. In this crucible of tension and betrayal, Alex knew one truth above all: in the void, the greatest threat was not the cold of space, but the lies within. The summit was no longer just a corporate event. It was a battle for survival, and the lines had been crossed. The command center's lights flickered as Alex reviewed the latest surveillance feeds. Faces of delegates passed by on the screens, some familiar, some newly suspicious. Every interaction was a puzzle piece, every glance a potential clue. The betrayal had shattered the fragile sense of order, and now paranoia seeped into every corner of the station. His mind drifted briefly to Dr. Lena Ortiz and Chief Engineer Raj Patel, both working tirelessly to stabilize the station's faltering systems. Their efforts were a thin thread holding Helix 1 together amid the growing storm. But trust was a currency in short supply. The hum of the station's life support systems faltered momentarily, a minor glitch that sent a shiver down Alex's spine. Was it another sabotage attempt? He had to assume so. There was no room for error. Jenna approached, her expression grim but focused. "Intel just came through. There's unusual activity near the communications array. Could be another breach." Alex nodded, already moving toward the exit. "Then we're not waiting. Let's move." The corridors of Helix 1 stretched ahead, illuminated by the cold glow of emergency lighting. Every step echoed with the weight of impending crisis. The battle for the station's survival was intensifying, and Alex was right at its heart. Trust broken, alliances shattered, and a saboteur still lurking. In space, no one could hear you scream, but betrayal had a sound all its own. In the cramped briefing room, Alex gathered his closest allies. Faces were drawn, eyes wary. The fallout from Marcus's betrayal rippled outward, unsettling even the most steadfast among them. "We can't afford any more surprises," Alex said, voice steady. "We tighten protocols, double our patrols, and isolate any suspicious activity immediately. We're running out of time." Dr. Lena Ortiz nodded solemnly. "The station's systems are stretched to their limits. Another sabotage could push us beyond recovery." Raj Patel's hands clenched into fists. "Then we find the saboteur before they can strike again," Jenna added, "and keep our eyes open for anyone else playing both sides. Marcus isn't the only one with secrets here." Alex met their gazes, feeling the fragile thread of trust they still shared. It was tenuous, but it was a start. "We stay united," he said firmly. "Because divided, we're lost." Outside, the endless blackness awaited a reminder that in the void, survival depended not just on skill or technology, but on the fragile bonds between those who dared to trust. The lines had been crossed, but the fight was far from over. As Alex stepped into the silent corridors, the weight of the station pressed down on him. The zero-gravity environment played tricks on the senses, every sound amplified in the enclosed metal shell. The station was both a sanctuary and a trapper place where every breath, every movement, could mean the difference between life and death. His thoughts returned to Marcus Vale, the man whose duplicity had shattered the fragile peace. What had driven him to betray? Was it greed, ideology, fear? The answers were as elusive as the shadows that clung to the station's corners. Alex knew one thing with certainty. In this game of espionage and deception, the greatest threat was not always the enemy you could see, but the one who wore a friend's face. The countdown to disaster continued, and Alex Mercer was determined to be the last line of defense. The station waited, and so did the darkness. The hum of the station's life support systems was steady but somehow felt oppressive in the cramped space. His sharp eyes scanned the decrypted communication logs, piecing together shards of conversation intercepted over the past days. Finally, the pattern emerged with unmistakable clarity. Vivian Cade was at the heart of the sabotage network. "Got it," Alex muttered to himself, voice barely above a whisper. He leaned back, the chair creaking softly in the zero-gravity environment. The weight of the discovery settled heavily on his shoulders. Vivian, elegant and composed, had managed to hide in plain sight, manipulating events from the shadows. His mind raced back through their encounters, the poised smiles, the subtle insinuations, the coldness behind her piercing blue eyes. Now it all made sense. "Alex, you okay?" Dr. Lena Ortiz's voice crackled softly over the COM channel. Her image shimmered into view beside the main display, medium height, curly black hair framing a face marked with concern and resolve. "It's confirmed, Vivian Cade is the saboteur. I've got the evidence, intercepted comms, access logs, even traces of tampering linked to her ID." Alex's voice was steady, despite the adrenaline rushing through him. "We need to act fast," Lena replied. "The station can't take much more strain. Rog and Jenna are on standby for repairs and security support." Alex nodded, though she couldn't see it. "I'm assembling the team now." Marcus Vale's loyalties are still questionable, but his intel has been useful. We might need him. Reluctantly. The corridor leading to the security hub was narrow, lined with panels blinking with status updates and warning lights. Alex floated through it, his movements precise and controlled to counter the zero gravity. Loose tools and equipment drifted gently alongside him, their metallic surfaces catching the harsh overhead lights. Ahead, Chief Engineer Rog Patel and security team member Jenna Wu awaited, their expressions taut with anticipation. "Ready," Jenna said, voice clipped but steady, fingers tightening on her sidearm. Rog gave a firm nod, adjusting a utility belt loaded with diagnostic tools. "Systems are holding, but we don't have much time before the next attack." Together, they formed a tight-knit unit, each aware that failure was not an option. Alex's mind flicked back to Marcus's Vale, standing in the observation deck, his tall figure sharply dressed, face unreadable. Trust was a luxury they could barely afford, but Marcus's insider knowledge might tip the scales. Before moving out, Alex sent a secure message to Marcus: "Meet us at the command center. We need to finalize plans." Minutes later, Marcus appeared, his calculating gaze sweeping the room. "I don't like this," he admitted quietly. "But Cade's playing a dangerous game. If she succeeds, the entire power structure shifts." Alex's eyes narrowed. "Then we stop her. We end this now." As the team prepared weapons and reviewed tactical plans, the station's artificial gravity shifted subtly, the transition to zero-G corridors adding physical and psychological strain. Floating silently, they moved like ghosts through the labyrinth of Helix 1, every sensor and camera a potential threat or tool. The observation deck was their destination, Vivian's chosen lair. From the massive viewport, the stars twisted in endless darkness, a stark contrast to the claustrophobia inside. Vivian stood framed by the sprawling cosmos, her platinum blonde hair catching the dim light, eyes icy and resolute. "So predictable, Alex," she said without turning. "You think you can stop the inevitable. This station is a pawn in a far greater game." Alex tightened his grip on his weapon. "Not while I'm here." The ensuing confrontation was a blur of calculated moves, zero-gravity maneuvers, and sharp exchanges. Vivian's elegance belied a ruthless cunning, matching Alex's agility with cold precision. The fight tested every ounce of his training and resolve. Each moment a battle against not just her, but the betrayal and fear threatening to unravel the station. Finally, with a precise maneuver, Alex subdued Vivian, binding her hands with magnetic restraints. The threat was neutralized, but the cost was clear in the exhausted faces of his team. As they secured Vivian for transfer to the station's detention module, Alex allowed himself a brief moment of reflection. The saboteur was caught, but the scars of betrayal ran deep. Trust was fragile, and the fight for Helix 1's survival was far from over. "We did it," Jenna said softly, breaking the silence. "For now," Alex replied, eyes scanning the endless star field beyond the viewport. "But the real war is just beginning." The chapter closes on Alex's steely gaze, the weight of duty and uncertainty mingling in the endless void. The saboteur was revealed, but the orbit of lies continued to spin, and Alex was determined to hold the line, no matter the cost. Alex Mercer stood with his back to the room, gazing out through the reinforced glass at the infinite expanse of space. The stars glittered coldly, indifferent to the turmoil brewing within Helix 1. Space, in its vastness, held no comfort, only isolation. It was a mirror to his own state of mind, a vast loneliness punctuated by the faint but persistent echoes of betrayal. Alex's hands were clenched loosely at his sides, the knuckles white beneath the thin gloves of his security uniform. The weight of the past weeks bore down on him like the crushing silence of zero gravity. Every step he'd taken, every decision, had led to this moment, the calm before the storm. The imminent confrontation with Vivian Cade, the mastermind behind the sabotage, threatening to tear the station apart. He thought of the faces he trusted, Dr. Lena Ortiz, whose intelligence and compassion had become an anchor. Raj Patel, the steady hand keeping the station's systems alive. Jenna Wu, fierce and loyal, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. Even Marcus Vale, whose loyalties remained ambiguous, was a necessary piece in this dangerous puzzle. The door to the observation bay hissed softly, and Alex turned to see Lena entering. Her curly black hair framed a face marked by concern, but her eyes held a fierce determination. "Alex," she said quietly, approaching him. "We've run the diagnostics again. Raj says the structural reinforcements are holding, but the sabotage attempts have weakened sections more than we anticipated." Alex nodded, the tension in his jaw tightening. "We're running out of time. Vivian's next move could be catastrophic. Lena's gaze flicked back to the stars. We have the knowledge and the technology to stop her. But it's the human element that's unpredictable. Trust, Alex murmured. That's the real battleground. They moved together to the command center, where Raj Patel and Jenna Wu were already at work, their faces illuminated by the glow of multiple screens. The room buzzed with a tense energy, the low beeps and clicks of the consoles underscoring the gravity of the moment. Raj looked up as they entered. We've updated the lockdown protocols. Access to critical systems is restricted to this team only. No surprises. Jenna's eyes met Alex's briefly, a silent vow passing between them. We'll be ready, she said firmly. Marcus Vale's arrival in the corridor was less conspicuous, but no less charged. His tall figure emerged from the shadows, his calculating gaze fixed on Alex. The sterile white walls seemed to amplify the silence between them, thick with unspoken questions and wary suspicions. You trust me, Marcus said, breaking the quiet. The statement hung in the air, more a challenge than a question. Alex's eyes narrowed. I'm not sure I can afford to, but right now, I don't have a choice. Marcus offered a faint, enigmatic smile. Good, because this isn't over yet. Back in the diagnostics bay, Jenna worked quickly, her fingers flying over the control panel. The blinking console lights cast sharp shadows across her determined features. She paused, inhaling deeply, steadying herself against the weight of the station's fate resting on her shoulders. The calm before the storm was a fragile illusion. Every heartbeat, every breath, was a countdown to confrontation. Alex knew that the trust he'd built, even if fractured, was the only weapon he had left against Vivian's ruthless ambition. As the station's systems hummed steadily beneath their feet, the team prepared to face the darkness lurking within Helix 1. Outside, the stars continued their cold vigil, bearing silent witness to the unfolding battle of wills, trust, and survival. And within that vacuum, Alex Mercer steeled himself for what would come next, the zero-gravity showdown that would test everything he believed in, everything he fought to protect. The calm was ending. The storm was coming. He took a final look out into the void, then turned back to the team, his resolve hardening like the steel hull around them. Let's finish this. The countdown to confrontation had begun. Alex Mercer floated silently, his every movement calculated, a breath held in the vacuum of zero gravity. Around him, the familiar hum of the station's failing systems created a dissonant symphony of tension, the subtle groans of metal under stress, the distant alarm pulses from compromised sectors, and the sharp hiss of depressurizing valves. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, scanned every surface, every panel, every flicker of movement. The cold bite of adrenaline coursed through his veins, sharpening his senses as he neared the heart of the sabotage. Vivian Cade was here, somewhere elegant, ruthless, a ghost among the steel veins of Helix 1. Alex's mind raced, piecing together fragmented clues and intercepted communications that had led him to this moment. Years of training, of crisis management, coalesced into a singular focus: stop Vivian before she could finish what she started. The weight of the entire station and every life aboard it pressed down on him with a suffocating intensity. Suddenly, a subtle shift in the air caught his attention. Movement. A shadow detached itself from the darkened bulkhead, coalescing into the unmistakable figure of Vivian Cade. Her platinum blonde hair floated ethereally around her, her piercing blue eyes locking onto his with a cold, unyielding glare. "Alex," she said, voice smooth as silk yet edged with steel. "You're persistent. admirable, but futile. He tightened his grip on the tether clipped to his suit, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. This ends now, Vivian. No more sabotage, no more lies. Without warning, she lunged forward, the zero-gravity corridor becoming their battleground. The clash was immediate, and brutal fists collided with the sharp clang of impact, bodies twisting and spinning in a deadly dance. The confined space echoed with the sounds of their struggle, grunts, the scrape of gloves against metal, the sudden crack of a panel jarred loose. Alex leveraged his agility, dodging a vicious strike that would have sent him tumbling into the station's exposed wiring. He countered with a swift jab to Vivian's side, the contact sending a ripple of shock through them both. Yet she smiled her, predators grin-unfazed. "You think you can stop what's already begun?" she hissed, twisting and bringing her knee up in a sharp arc aimed at his chest. He blocked, the force pushing him backward, but he anchored himself against a handrail. "I'm not just stopping you, I'm ending this." Their struggle carried them deeper into the station's guts, a maze of conduits and fractured systems. Sparks flew from severed cables, casting strobing shadows that danced across their faces. Sweat mingled with the recycled air, each breath a labor as pressure mounted. Alex's thoughts flickered briefly to Dr. Lena Ortiz and Raj Patel, working feverishly to stabilize the systems. He couldn't afford to fail, not now. Vivian's movements grew more desperate, her strikes sharper, fueled by a venomous blend of ambition and despair. But Alex's resolve hardened. Years of haunted memories, of failures past, steeled him in this moment of reckoning. He seized an opening, a momentary falter in Vivian's assault, and grappled her toward the station's bulkhead. The impact resounded like a thunderclap within the narrow corridor. Vivian's breath hitched, eyes wide with shock, but defiance blazed within them. "You may have won this battle," she spat, "but the war is far from over." Alex pressed a hand against her chest, steadying himself in the shifting gravity. "Not if I have anything to say about it." As the echoes of their fight faded into the hum of the station's fragile heartbeat, Alex knew this was more than a victory. It was a turning point, one that would define the fate of Helix 1 and everyone aboard. But even in triumph, shadows lingered. The station was wounded, its secrets far from fully uncovered. And somewhere beyond the silence, new threats waited, patient, watching, ready to strike. Alex's eyes narrowed as he prepared for what lay ahead. In the cold, merciless expanse of space, survival demanded more than strength. It demanded vigilance, cunning, and the courage to trust in the impossible. "This isn't over," he whispered to the void. "Not yet." And with that, the zero-gravity showdown closed, but the story of Helix 1 was just beginning to unfold anew. His breath was steady, but beneath that controlled exterior, his heart hammered with a fierce urgency. Somewhere within the station lay the final sabotage device, a ticking fuse that threatened to annihilate everything. And everyone aboard this fragile orbital outpost, every sound seemed amplified, the faint hum of damaged circuitry, the intermittent clang of floating debris, the distant blare of alarms that screamed of impending doom. Alex's gloved hands brushed against the cold metal of the station's framework as he navigated the maze like maintenance tunnels, his sharp eyes scanning for any sign of the device. His mind raced, piecing together the sabotage pattern he and Dr. Lena Ortiz had uncovered, a deliberate assault targeting the station's core systems. The weight of isolation pressed in. No rescue would come from Earth in time, no second chances. Meanwhile, in the station's central control hub, Dr. Lena Ortiz sat hunched over a bank of consoles, her fingers flying across touchscreens and physical switches. Sweat beaded at her hairline, fogging her glasses as she desperately rerouted power and stabilized faltering life support systems. Chief Engineer Raj Patel's calm but urgent voice crackled over the comms, coordinating repairs and communicating with the crew, his steady demeanor an anchor amid the chaos. "Alex, you've got maybe 5 minutes before the power fails completely." Lena's voice came through the comm, taut with anxiety. "We're holding the station's vital systems for now, but the next failure, it'll be catastrophic." Acknowledging the urgency, Alex pushed harder, his lithe form sliding through a maintenance hatch into a cramped, zero-gravity chamber where the station's backup power junctions were housed. It was here, he suspected, hidden beneath layers of conduits and panels, that the final sabotage device had been planted. Suddenly, movement caught his eye. A flash of platinum blonde hair drifting in the muted light. Vivian Cade, the architect of this chaos. She floated toward him, her icy blue eyes gleaming with a cold resolve that matched the elegance of her composed expression. The station's silence was punctuated only by the soft whoosh of their breaths and the muffled thuds as debris drifted lazily around them. "You're too late, Alex," Vivian said smoothly, her voice a chilling contrast to the alarm bells ringing in his ears. "Helix 1 will burn, and with it, the power structures that imprisoned me." Alex's gaze hardened. "Not today. Not while I'm here." Their confrontation unfolded as a deadly ballet in the weightless void, a struggle of wills and physical prowess. Alex dodged a swift strike, countering with calculated precision. The zero-G environment transformed the fight into a tense, twisting dance, where every push and pull could send them spinning into oblivion. But Alex's focus never wavered from the device. As he grappled with Vivian, his fingers worked deftly to pry open the junction box concealing the sabotage instrument. The intricate wiring and timer mechanisms offered no margin for error. With a final surge of effort, Alex disengaged the device's power source just as the countdown reached its last seconds. The abrupt cessation of alarms was deafening in its silence. The emergency lights slowly shifted from red to the normal soft white glow, flooding the station with a renewed but fragile calm. Vivian's expression flickered surprise, then resignation as she drifted back, defeated but unbowed. Alex exhaled, muscles trembling from the adrenaline and exertion. The station was safe, for now. But the toll was evident. Systems were damaged, trust shattered, and a heavy exhaustion settled over the crew. As Alex floated back toward the command hub, the weight of what had transpired pressed on him more than the absence of gravity ever could. The battle was won, but the war for Helix 1's future was just beginning. Shadows of betrayal lingered, and the fragile alliances would need to hold if they were to rebuild from the brink. The silence between the beeping consoles was palpable as Alex rejoined Lena and Raj. "We made it," he said quietly, voice hoarse. "But we need to be ready. This isn't over." Lena nodded, eyes reflecting the flickering displays. "No, it's just the beginning of healing." Outside the viewport, the vast, indifferent blackness of space stretched endlessly, a reminder that in the cold void, survival was always a precarious balance of vigilance, trust, and unyielding determination. As Helix 1 steadied itself, Alex felt the heavy cloak of relief settling over him, but also the unshakable knowledge that the scars of this ordeal, both physical and emotional, would endure. The summit might continue, the corporate players might regroup, but beneath it all, a new reality had been forged in the fires of crisis, and Alex Mercer was resolved to face whatever shadows lay ahead. And so, with the station's heartbeat stabilizing, Alex prepared to confront the uncertain dawn. Knowing that endurance was no longer just about survival, It was about leading through the lingering darkness. The silence was broken only by the steady hum of restored systems and the faint, steady pulse of human resilience echoing through Helix One's corridors, a promise that as long as they held fast, hope remained. But in the depths of space, where every breath was a gift and every ally a question, the true test was yet to come. Alex Mercer leaned against the cool glass of the viewport, his gaze fixed on the vast curve of Earth below. The planet spun serenely, a swirling mosaic of blues, greens, and whites against the infinite blackness of space. It was a fragile beauty, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just unfolded aboard Helix One. 4 hours after the last sabotage device was disarmed, the station had been a place of tense quiet. The adrenaline that had surged through every corridor and compartment had ebbed, leaving behind a heavy residue of exhaustion and unease. The corporate summit, once a showcase of power and ambition, was now a crucible of shattered alliances and raw wounds. Alex's thoughts churned as he let the silence wash over him. The faces of those lost, those betrayed, flickered through his mind like ghosts in the shadows. The station's corridors still bore the scars of conflict, scorch marks from explosions, twisted metal where sabotage had struck, and the faint scent of burnt circuitry lingering in the air. Every corner held a reminder of the precarious balance they had fought so hard to maintain. Behind him, the soft footsteps of Dr. Lena Ortiz approached. She stood quietly, her expression weary but resolute. "Systems are stabilizing," she reported, her voice steady but tinged with fatigue. "Raj and the engineering team are working round the clock to repair the remaining damage." Alex nodded, appreciating the calm professionalism she brought to the chaos. How long before full operational capacity? A few days, if we're lucky. The life support systems took the worst hit, but we're reinforcing protocols to prevent any future breaches. Their eyes met briefly, a silent acknowledgement of the fragile state of the station and the lives tethered to it. This summit was supposed to be about progress, Alex mused, not destruction. Lena sighed. Power always attracts darkness. The weight of those words settled between them as they moved toward the command center. There, Chief Engineer Raj Patel was already poring over system readouts, his calm demeanor a steady anchor in the storm. Beside him, Jenna Wu coordinated with security teams, her sharp eyes scanning every alert with practiced vigilance. The group's collective focus was a testament to human resilience, their refusal to let fear and betrayal define them. Yet beneath the surface, the undercurrents of mistrust remained palpable. Marcus Vale lingered near the entrance, his posture guarded, his gaze calculating. Alex caught sight of him and approached, the tension between them a taut wire. "Marcus," Alex began, his voice low. "We need to talk about what's next." Marcus's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. "Always straight to business, Alex. I respect that." "Respect is earned," Alex countered. "And right now, trust is in short supply." Their conversation was a delicate dance of words, each probing the other's intentions. Marcus revealed partial insights into the corporate fallout shifts in alliances, power vacuums, and the inevitable jockeying for position that would follow such a crisis. Yet his ambiguous loyalties cast a long shadow, leaving Alex wary despite the pressing need for cooperation. As the dialogue ended, Alex's thoughts drifted back to Vivian Cade. The image of her platinum hair and piercing blue eyes flashed vividly in his mind, a symbol of the ruthless ambition that had nearly destroyed the station. He had seen her escorted through the sterile corridors earlier, her composure unbroken even in restraint. The silent challenge in her gaze was a chilling reminder that the battle for Helix One's soul was far from over. Later, in the solitude of his quarters, Alex allowed himself a moment of vulnerability. The scars from this ordeal, both physical and emotional, were deep. Memories of past failures mingled with the fresh wounds of betrayal, threatening to overwhelm him. Yet beneath the weight of it all was a stubborn ember of determination. He reached for a small photograph tucked away in his drawer, faded image from a time before the shadows had closed in. It was a reminder of who he was and what he fought for. The safety of those aboard Helix One, the fragile hope for a future untainted by deceit. As the station pulsed softly around him, Alex made a silent promise. The scars he bore would not define him. He would rebuild, forge new alliances, and stand vigilant against the darkness. For, in the vast silence of space, survival depended not just on strength, but on the courage to trust again. And as the distant glow of Earth filled the viewport, Alex Mercer prepared to face the uncertain horizon with resolve tempered by hard-won wisdom. The war for Helix One's future was just beginning. In the aftermath of the sabotage crisis, the station's corridors no longer carried the sharp edge of immediate danger, but the air remained heavy with unspoken tensions and cautious glances exchanged in the wake of betrayal. Alex Mercer stood at the heart of this fragile calm, his posture rigid but his mind restless. The weight of recent events pressed down on him, but beneath the fatigue was a flicker of cautious optimism. He made his way to the conference room, where the summit's remaining delegates had gathered to regroup and reassess the future. The large, circular table sat vacant in the center, awaiting the negotiations and discussions that would shape the fate of the summit and the station itself. The lighting was subdued, casting long shadows that seemed to echo the fractures still present among the attendees. As Alex entered, his eyes immediately found Marcus Vale seated near the far end, his expression unreadable as always. The tension between them was a palpable thread that had woven itself tightly through every interaction since. Marcus's ambiguous loyalties had come to light. Yet, in this moment, the necessity for cooperation outweighed past grievances. Alex approached, his steps measured and deliberate. "Marcus," Alex began, his voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of cautious resolve. "We need to talk about the future of this station and what comes next." Marcus looked up, his calculating gaze meeting Alex's. "I'm listening," he replied smoothly, though the guarded tone betrayed his own uncertainties. The conversation that followed was careful, each word weighed against the risk of betrayal and the promise of mutual benefit. Alex did not offer blind trust, nor did Marcus demand absolution. Instead, they navigated a delicate dance of concessions and guarded admissions, acknowledging the shared goal of securing Helix One against further threats. Meanwhile, in the engineering bay, the atmosphere was markedly different but equally charged with purpose. Dr. Lena Ortiz and Chief Engineer Raj Patel moved side by side through the dimly lit space, their voices lowered to a murmur as they inspected the repaired systems. The faint scent of ozone lingered in the air, a testament to the recent damage and the ongoing efforts to restore stability. "The life support systems are holding steady," Raj reported, his voice steady but tinged with relief. "We're reinforcing the backup protocols as well." Lena nodded, adjusting her glasses as she reviewed data on a portable tablet. "The sabotage exposed vulnerabilities we didn't anticipate. We'll need to implement new safeguards and run simulations regularly to stay ahead." Their collaboration was a blend of scientific rigor and practical engineering, a partnership forged in crisis and sustained by shared commitment. It was a beacon of hope amid the uncertainty. Back on the observation deck, Alex found a moment alone. The vast expanse of space stretched before him, a canvas of black punctuated by distant stars. His reflection shimmered faintly against the glass, a ghostly reminder of the isolation that space imposed and the internal battles he fought. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft hum of the station's systems. He allowed himself a deep breath, the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. The scars of the sabotage would not fade quickly, nor would the betrayals be easily forgotten. Yet, within him stirred a determination to rebuild, not just the station's defenses, but the fragile bonds between its inhabitants. In the security control room, Jenna Wu was a flurry of focused energy. Her eyes flicked rapidly between multiple screens, displaying the station's various systems and security feeds. Her fingers danced across the controls, coordinating the implementation of upgraded protocols and liaising with the rest of the security team. Status on the new firewalls. Alex's voice crackled through the cum. Integrated and running optimally, Jenna replied without hesitation. We're also deploying additional surveillance drones to monitor critical areas. Her dedication was a vital thread in the tapestry of recovery, a reminder that every small action contributed to the greater goal of safety and stability. As the hours passed, the tentative alliance between Alex and Marcus began to take shape. Meetings were held, strategies devised, and the fractured factions aboard Helix 1 started to find common ground. It was a slow, often uneasy process, marked by moments of tension and breakthroughs alike. Alex knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. Trust, once broken, was not easily mended. Yet, in these new alliances, he glimpsed the possibility of a future where vigilance and cooperation could coexist, where the station might finally breathe free from the shadow of betrayal. The night cycle aboard Helix 1 drew to a close as the station's artificial lights shifted, bathing the corridors in a soft glow. Alex lingered a moment longer on the observation deck, the stars outside steady and unyielding. "This isn't over," he whispered to the silence, "but we're not alone anymore." The chapter closed on this fragile hope, a quiet promise that even in the cold void of space, human resilience and the will to trust could forge a new beginning. As the station hummed softly around him, Alex prepared to face whatever new challenges awaited, strengthened by the alliances he had fought so hard to build. And somewhere deep within the station's labyrinthine corridors, unseen eyes watched. The game was far from finished. The delicate balance of trust and suspicion had shifted, but the stakes remained as high as ever. Alex's journey was only just beginning. Alex Mercer stood motionless, his sharp eyes fixed on the endless void beyond the thick viewport. Stars blinked coldly in the black abyss, distant and indifferent to the turmoil inside the station. His breath came shallow and steady, the weight of recent betrayals pressing deep into his chest. The events of the past weeks haunted him, every shadow, every whispered conversation, every flicker of doubt that had slipped through the cracks of his vigilance. He thought back to Marcus Vale's inscrutable gaze, the uneasy alliances forged and broken, the sabotage attempts narrowly averted. The station, once a gleaming symbol of corporate dominance and human ingenuity, now felt like a fragile shell, cracked and vulnerable. Trust was a currency in short supply, and paranoia had seeped into every compartment and corridor. Determined to regain control, Alex turned away from the viewport and moved briskly toward the briefing room. The artificial lighting was harsh, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist in the confined space. Dr. Lena Ortiz was already there, hunched over a console, her curly black hair framing her face as she scrolled through system logs with practiced precision. "Any anomalies?" Alex asked, his voice low but edged with urgency. Lena looked up, her dark eyes meeting his. "Some irregularities, but nothing conclusive. Still, the pattern suggests someone's trying to cover their tracks." The sabotage left more than physical damage, it left a trail of deception. Alex nodded grimly. "We need to find any lingering threats before they can strike again." Together, they pored over the data, the only sounds their whispered exchanges and the steady hum of the station's machinery. Each line of code was a potential clue, each anomaly a possible trap. The tension in the room was palpable, a shared burden of responsibility and fear. Later, as Alex floated through the zero-gravity corridor, his movements smooth but deliberate, Marcus Vale appeared from a side hatch. The sharp lines of his tailored suit contrasted with the sterile metal walls, and his calculating gaze met Alex's without flinching. "We need to talk," Marcus said, voice calm but firm. Alex hesitated, the ghosts of past deceptions clouding his judgment. Still, the fragile truce demanded engagement. "Make it quick." Their conversation was terse, laced with suspicion and half-truths. Marcus revealed partial intel on a potential new threat, but his motives remained murky. The silence between them carried the weight of unspoken accusations, a reminder that in Helix One's confined space, enemies could wear the faces of allies. Meanwhile, Jenna Wu patrolled the maintenance tunnels, her footsteps muffled but steady against the metal grating. The dim lighting cast long, jittery shadows, and every creak or shift made her senses sharpen. She embodied the fragile vigilance that now defined the station's security alert, weary but unyielding. Back in the command center, Alex convened a meeting with his core team. His voice was steady but resolute as he outlined renewed security protocols and the need for transparency and cooperation. The room was thick with tension, but beneath it lay a fragile, tentative step toward rebuilding trust. "We've been through hell," Alex began, "but we can't let fear fracture us further. We need to watch each other's backs, or we'll fall apart from within." Eyes met across the table, some filled with doubt, others with cautious resolve. The scars left by betrayal were deep, but the determination to protect Helix One and its people burned brighter. As the meeting adjourned, Alex lingered, his mind racing ahead. The paranoia that had shadowed them was not easily dispelled. The station was a crucible of power, ambition, and deception. A place was both a weapon and a weakness. He knew the road ahead would be long and fraught with danger. But for now, he clung to the hope that even in the darkest reaches of space, human resilience could shine through the echoes of betrayal. Outside, the stars continued their silent vigil, indifferent yet eternal. And aboard Helix One, the battle for trust and survival was far from over. Alex's gaze returned once more to the void beyond the viewport. Somewhere out there, threats still lurked, waiting for a moment of weakness. But he was ready. Whatever came next, he would face it head-on, drawing strength from the fractures and the fires they had ignited within him. The station might bear scars, but so would he, and both would endure. The hum of the station's systems pulsed softly, a heartbeat in the cold silence of space. And as Alex prepared to take the next step, a new resolve settled over him, steady and unwavering. Trust would be built again, brick by fragile brick, but only if he dared to reach out, to risk betrayal once more. And so, the shadows of doubt lingered, but so did the promise of a new dawn aboard Helix One. Alex Mercer sat rigidly on the narrow examination table, his sharp eyes fixed on the soft glow of the overhead lights. The familiar weight of tension clung to him like a second skin. Even as the immediate threat of sabotage had passed, Dr. Lena Ortiz, her curly black hair pulled back and glasses perched delicately on her nose, sat facing him with a calm that contrasted sharply with the turmoil inside him. "Breathe with me, Alex," she said softly, her voice a steady anchor in the sterile room. "In through your nose, hold, and out through your mouth. Let the tension flow out with your breath." Alex hesitated, then followed her instructions. The air in his lungs expanded and contracted, slow and deliberate. For the first time in hours, maybe days, he felt a sliver of calm seep through the cracks in his resolve. The zero-gravity environment of Helix 1 had been a relentless reminder of fragility. One wrong move, one miscalculation, and the station would be lost. But here, in this moment, the silence was a bomb, offering a fragile hope. Dr. Ortiz studied him with empathy. "You've been carrying a heavy burden, Alex. What happened during the sabotage is more than just physical damage. It cuts deep." He nodded, swallowing hard. Memories of the previous sabotage incident on a similar station flickered unbidden. The screams, the flashing alarms, the feeling of helplessness. Those ghosts had shadowed him ever since, fueling his cautiousness but also his isolation. "I keep thinking I should have done more," he confessed quietly, his voice rough. "Maybe if I'd seen the signs earlier." "You did everything you could," Lena reassured him. Survivors carry the weight, but they're also the ones who find the strength to rebuild. Outside the medical bay, the station was slowly stirring back to life. Jenna Wu, Alex's loyal subordinate, moved efficiently through the engineering deck, her short black hair tucked behind her ears as she worked alongside Chief Engineer Raj Patel. The low thrum of machinery filled the space, punctuated by the soft clicks of tools and the occasional murmur of technical jargon. "We're making progress," Raj said, wiping sweat from his brow despite the cool recycled air. "Life support is stabilizing, but we're not out of the woods yet." Jenna nodded, her gaze sharp despite the exhaustion evident in the lines around her eyes. "Every system we patch is one less risk. We keep moving forward." Their quiet determination was a testament to the resilience embedded in the crew, a collective refusal to succumb to despair. It was that spirit Alex clung to as he walked the corridors later, his steps light but purposeful. Passing the observation window, he paused, gazing out into the star-speckled void. The infinite blackness was both terrifying and humbling, a reminder of humanity's fragility in the vast cosmos. He thought of Vivian Cade, the mastermind behind the sabotage, and the tangled web of betrayal that had ensnared the summit. But more than that, he thought of the crew, the faces that had become his reluctant family in this suspended orbit. They had survived the worst, and now the real work of healing had begun. In the common area, a small group gathered. Their voices were low but steady, sharing stories of survival, loss, and hope. The ambient sounds of the station's life support systems created a steady backdrop, a heartbeat of normalcy in the disrupted environment. Alex joined the circle, feeling the fragile camaraderie settle around him like a shield. Jenna caught his eye and offered a small, tired smile. Raj nodded in silent support, and Dr. Ortiz, standing nearby, gave him an encouraging look that spoke of belief in his strength to lead once more. As the hours passed, Alex allowed himself to confront the ghosts that had haunted him. The scars were still there, raw, aching, but they no longer defined him. In their place grew a cautious hope, a determination to rebuild not just the station but the trust and bonds fractured by betrayal. The journey ahead was uncertain. The wounds, physical and emotional, would take time to heal. But Helix 1 was still orbiting, still alive, and so was he. For the first time in a long while, Alex Mercer felt ready to face whatever came next. A sharp chime interrupted the quiet. Alex glanced at his wrist console. A security alert flickered briefly, then cleared. No immediate threat, but a reminder that vigilance was a constant companion in this fragile sanctuary. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. The scars of yesterday would not dictate the battles of tomorrow. With Dr. Ortiz's steady hand and the crew's unwavering resolve, Helix 1 would endure, and so would he. The orbit of lies had been shattered, but from its fragments, something stronger could emerge. The night was far from over. As the final day of the corporate summit unfolded, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken anxieties and the brittle veneer of civility. The sabotage had left its scars not just on the station's infrastructure, but etched deeply into the psyche of every delegate present. Alex Mercer stood at the edge of the room, his lean frame silhouetted against the vast viewport that framed the endless black of space, punctuated by the sapphire swirls of Earth below. His sharp eyes scanned the gathering, noting the subtle shifts in posture. The guarded glances exchanged between corporate titans whose alliances were now as fragile as the station's damaged hull. The weight of the mission, the lives lost, the betrayals uncovered pressed heavily on his shoulders. Yet, amidst the tension, a new reality was crystallizing. The summit's outcome would irrevocably reshape the balance of power. Inside the room, the summit leaders convened for what was to be the final board meeting. Vivian Cade, elegant and composed, despite her recent exposure as the saboteur, sat with a carefully measured expression. Her platinum blonde hair gleamed under the harsh lighting, and her piercing blue eyes held an unyielding resolve. Though her plot had been thwarted, the damage she inflicted was undeniable, and the corporate world aboard Helix 1 was poised for a reckoning. Dr. Lena Ortiz and Chief Engineer Raj Patel were nearby, their focus on the technical reports detailing the sabotage's impact. Lena's curly black hair framed a face etched with fatigue but alight with determination. She explained to a small group the intricate work that had saved the station from disaster, how each system, stabilized, was a testament to human ingenuity and resilience amid crisis. Raj, calm and pragmatic, nodded in agreement. His practical attire smudged with traces of the emergency repairs he had overseen. Marcus Vale lingered at the back, his tall figure impeccably dressed, his calculating gaze flickering between allies and rivals alike. His ambiguous loyalties had been a source of tension throughout the summit, and now, as the dust settled, he negotiated new terms with a sharp smile that belied the subtle menace in his eyes. It was clear that the corporate chess game was far from over. New alliances were being forged in the shadows, and old rivalries simmered beneath the surface. The discussions were terse, the language of power and strategy replacing the camaraderie that had briefly united the summit's participants. Alex listened closely, noting how the sabotage had accelerated the aggressive posturing between factions. Some sought to capitalize on the chaos, others to solidify their hold. The fragile peace was more a ceasefire, and the stakes had never been higher. As the meeting adjourned, Alex found himself once again by the viewport, the silence of space a stark contrast to the storm inside. The curve of Earth spun slowly beneath him, a reminder of the fragile world they all represented. He reflected on the cost of survival, the physical scars on the station, the emotional wounds borne by the crew, the betrayals that had shattered trust. Yet, within that reflection, there was a spark of cautious hope. The alliances forged, however uneasy, might yet hold. The vigilance would continue, and so would the fight to protect the station and those aboard it. The summit's conclusion marked not an end, but a beginning. A new chapter in the ongoing struggle for control and survival in the unforgiving expanse of space. Alex's role was no longer just security officer, but guardian of a delicate equilibrium, where every decision carried weight and every shadow might conceal a threat. As the last delegates prepared to depart, the station hummed with renewed energy systems repaired, protocols strengthened, but the memory of betrayal lingering like a specter. Alex stood ready, aware that the endurance required was not merely physical, but mental and moral. The future was uncertain, but his resolve was unshaken. In the vast silence of space, amidst the shifting tides of corporate power, one truth remained clear: vigilance was the price of survival. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Dr. Ortiz, who offered a small, reassuring smile. "The station is stable, for now," she said quietly. "But we both know this isn't over." Alex nodded, meeting her gaze. "No, it's just the beginning." Together, they turned back to the viewport, watching the Earth spin silently beneath them, a symbol of all they fought to protect. The corporate reckoning had come and gone, but the war for Helix One's future was only just unfolding. The chapter closed with the station's quiet hum echoing the unspoken promise. In space, every victory was temporary, and every enemy might still be lurking just beyond the next shadow. Alex Mercer's endurance, and that of Helix One, would be tested again, as the delicate balance of power remained poised on the edge of a knife. Alex Mercer stood near the vast windowpane, the black void of space stretching infinitely beyond the station's armored glass. Stars flickered distantly, cold and indifferent, a reminder of the vastness that enveloped them. The faint hum of the station's life support systems was the only sound, a constant pulse beneath the quiet. Alex's sharp eyes scanned the intricate patterns of blinking lights on the control consoles, but his mind was elsewhere, aware that the danger was never truly gone. Though the sabotage had been thwarted, the scars it left on the station and its occupants lingered like shadows in the corners of every corridor. Trust had been fractured, alliances tested, and the weight of vigilance bore heavily on every member of the crew. Alex's shoulders were tense beneath his security uniform, the lines of past trauma etched deeply into his expression. He breathed deeply, grounding himself in the moment, knowing full well that the calm was fragile, temporary. Inside the control room, the glow of screens bathed the faces of Alex and Dr. Lena Ortiz. The chief scientist's eyes flickered between readouts, her fingers deftly manipulating the interface as she analyzed system diagnostics. "There's still some irregular activity in the secondary power grid," Lena noted, her voice low but steady. "Nothing critical yet, but it's enough to warrant attention." Alex nodded, his gaze narrowing. "We can't afford to overlook anything. The moment we let our guard down, someone else could exploit it." Her gaze met his, empathetic yet resolute. "I know, we're all stretched thin, but the station's safety depends on us." They worked side by side, a quiet partnership forged in the crucible of crisis. The monitors reflected their determination, casting sharp shadows that danced across their faces in the dim light. Each anomaly was a thread in a fragile web of security, and pulling the wrong one could unravel everything. Elsewhere, the zero-gravity corridors seemed deceptively peaceful. Jenna Wu floated silently through the narrow passageways, her movements precise and controlled. The absence of gravity made every action a careful calculation, her body twisting effortlessly in the confined space, eyes scanning every junction, every panel, every shadow. The station creaked softly around her, the subtle sounds magnified in the stark environment. The patrol was a routine necessity, but Jenna felt the weight of it acutely. Every corner held the potential for hidden dangers: loose bolts, tampered wires, or worse, a concealed saboteur. The tension was palpable, the knowledge that the past attacks might be the beginning of a longer, more insidious campaign. Chief Engineer Raj Patel was stationed in the engineering bay, the heart of Helix One's operational integrity. His hands moved with practiced skill over a complex control panel, checking valves, rerouting power, and stabilizing systems that had borne the brunt of the sabotage. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the station's controlled climate, testament to the pressure he felt. "These systems are holding for now," Raj said when Alex appeared at the doorway, his voice steady but edged with fatigue. "But it's a constant battle. One misstep, one overlooked fault, and the whole station could be compromised." Alex stepped inside, the gravity of the situation settling between them. "We'll keep pushing. I won't let this place fall." Raj nodded, a faint smile breaking through. "That's why we're still here." As the hours turned into days, the rhythm of vigilance became the station's new normal. Alex coordinated patrols, reviewed security logs, and maintained open lines of communication with every key player aboard Helix One. The scars of betrayal were slow to heal, but the collective resolve to protect their fragile haven was undeniable. In his quieter moments, Alex wrestled with the psychological toll of the unending watch. The isolation of the station, the endless void beyond the windows, and the constant threat of unseen enemies gnawed at his mind. Yet, within that darkness, a spark of hope remained, a belief that through resilience and unity, they could endure. One evening, as the station rotated to reveal a distant nebula glowing softly in the distance, Alex found himself once again at the observation deck. The silent expanse of space stretched endlessly, a canvas of infinite possibilities and dangers. "How do you keep going?" Lena's voice startled him as she joined him quietly. She leaned against the console, her gaze fixed on the stars. Alex met her eyes, the weight of his answer heavy yet unwavering. "Because if I don't, no one else will. Because out here, vigilance isn't just a job, it's survival." She nodded, understanding the burden they all bore. Together, they stood in the quiet, the hum of Helix One a steady heartbeat against the vast silence. The silent vigil continued, an unbroken line of defense in the darkness. Each breath, each step, each watchful glance was a promise to protect, to endure, and to stand firm against the shadows that threatened to consume them. And in that promise, Alex found his purpose renewed, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. The station was safe for now, but in the endless void, danger was never far behind. The watch never ended. Alex Mercer sat rigidly in his chair, eyes scanning a cascade of encrypted data streams scrolling across the primary display. The rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the keyboard punctuated the tense silence that had settled over the room. Despite the recent crisis having been averted, unease gnawed at him. The sabotage might have been stopped, but the threat was far from over. A subtle anomaly had caught Alex's attention earlier that day, a series of encrypted transmissions hidden within what should have been routine communication logs. The sophistication of the cloaking methods was impressive, but not flawless. Someone, or some group, was still operating covertly aboard the station, weaving a web of espionage far more complex than the overt sabotage attempts that had been uncovered. Dr. Lena Ortiz entered quietly, her presence a calming contrast to the cold, technical environment. "Alex," she said in her measured tone, stepping closer to the console, I've been analyzing the station's sensor data and system logs. There are irregularities, fluctuations in the environmental controls and power usage that don't correspond to any authorized activity. Alex nodded, his sharp eyes reflecting the screen's glow. I'm seeing similar patterns in the comms. Someone's masking their movements very carefully. It's like a ghost network embedded within the station's systems. Lena frowned, adjusting her glasses as she pulled up additional data. If we don't find the root cause, these irregularities could be the precursor to another attack. Or worse, a slow-acting sabotage, undetectable until it's too late. Outside the command center, the station hummed steadily, its intricate systems performing their endless dance in zero gravity. But beneath the surface, beneath the polished facade and the tense diplomatic veneer of the summit, a deeper danger lurked. Alex's thoughts drifted briefly to Marcus Vale, the enigmatic corporate delegate whose loyalties had been a source of endless suspicion. When they had crossed paths earlier that day in the station's narrow corridors, neither had spoken. Instead, their eyes had exchanged a silent wariness, a tacit acknowledgement of the unspoken threats that remained. The weight of trust, or the lack thereof, bore down on Alex. Everyone aboard was a potential ally or adversary, and the lines between the two blurred with each passing hour. The zero-gravity environment compounded the tension, making every movement deliberate, every encounter fraught with the possibility of unseen danger. Meanwhile, Chief Engineer Raj Patel moved through the station's labyrinthian mechanical corridors, his flashlight casting long, wavering beams against the cold metal walls. The faint echoes of his footsteps were a reminder of the station's vastness and isolation. Roger's expertise would be critical if the sabotage network attempted to exploit the station's complex infrastructure again. Back in the command center, Alex initiated a secure channel to his core team. "We're not out of the woods yet," he said, his voice low but firm. "There's a covert network still active. We need to tighten security, monitor communications closely, and be prepared for anything." Lena's eyes met his, determination shining through the fatigue. "We'll find them, Alex. We have to." As the station orbited silently above the Earth, a subtle tension filled the air, a silent promise that the battle for Helix 1 was far from over. Shadows moved unseen, alliances shifted in the dark, and the fragile peace of the summit hung by a thread. Alex leaned back in his chair, steeling himself for the long fight ahead. In the void of space, trust was the rarest commodity, and betrayal the deadliest weapon. The encrypted data flickered once more on the screen, as if daring him to unravel the mystery before it was too late. Alex Mercer floated there, the subtle glow of distant stars casting a pale light through the reinforced glass walls. Outside, the infinite void stretched endlessly, a cold and indifferent expanse that mirrored the heaviness settling deep inside him. He pressed a hand against the glass, feeling the slight vibration of the station beneath his palm, a tangible reminder that he was alone, not just physically isolated, but wrapped in a cocoon of solitude that seemed to grow heavier with each passing day. Zero gravity had always been a challenge, but now it felt like a prison. The way bodies drifted, disconnected from the reassuring pull of the Earth, echoed the disconnection he felt from the world and, sometimes, even from himself. His mind churned with memories, ghosts of past failures that haunted the edges of his consciousness. The sabotage incident on the previous station had left scars invisible to the eye, but deeply etched in his psyche. Every creak and groan of Helix, one seemed to whisper warnings, dredging up doubts about his ability to protect this fragile haven. He closed his eyes, breathing in slowly, forcing himself to focus not on the shadows of the past but the pressing demands of the present. The summit was still underway, and the threat of destruction loomed larger than ever. Yet in this moment of quiet, Alex confronted the raw truth of his isolation, not just the physical distance from Earth or the absence of solid ground beneath his feet, but the emotional chasm carved by distrust and betrayal. His thoughts were interrupted by a low rumble, a subtle but unmistakable vibration coursing through the station's frame. The warning systems had not sounded, but Alex's instincts snapped to attention. He pushed off from the glass with controlled force, muscles coiling as he maneuvered through the narrow corridors toward the source. The familiar weightlessness was disorienting, but it also sharpened his senses. Every sound, every movement amplified in the stillness. In the engineering sector, the faint glow of emergency lights bathed the room in a reddish hue. Chief Engineer Raj Patel was already there, working feverishly alongside Dr. Lena Ortiz, whose calm presence was a bomb amid crisis. Alex's eyes met Lena's, and in that brief exchange was an unspoken acknowledgement of the stakes. They were all fighting, not just for survival, but to reclaim a semblance of control in a world that seemed increasingly chaotic. "Another power fluctuation," Lena said quietly, her voice steady despite the tension. "The sabotage is escalating." Alex nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. "We can't afford to lose control. Not now." Later, back in his quarters, Alex struggled with restlessness. Sleep evaded him, replaced by a restless energy that propelled him to the station's small gym module. There he began a rigorous routine of exercises, push-ups, resistance training, controlled movements that anchored him in his body despite the absence of gravity. Sweat gathered at his brow, a visceral reminder that he was alive, that his body could still respond, still fight. The physical exertion was cathartic, a way to wrestle back the spiraling thoughts that threatened to consume him. Each movement was a declaration of defiance against the creeping isolation, a promise to himself that he would endure. Yet even as his muscles burned, a quiet voice within cautioned him strength alone would not be enough. He would have to confront the shadows in his mind as fiercely as any external threat. The following day brought a brief respite. Alex found himself in the station's common area, a compact space where a handful of crew and delegates gathered. The atmosphere was taut, conversations hushed and cautious. He caught sight of Lena across the room and approached, grateful for the anchor of familiarity. "How are you holding up?" she asked, her eyes searching his face. He hesitated, then allowed a faint smile. "Better, now. It's the silence that gets to me sometimes." She nodded knowingly. Isolation can be as dangerous as any saboteur. It eats away at clarity and courage. But we're not alone here. Not if we keep trusting each other, Alex finished, the weight of the words settling between them like a fragile bridge. Their conversation was brief but meaningful, a small island of connection amid the vast sea of uncertainty. It reminded Alex that survival depended not just on vigilance and skill, but on the strength drawn from others, even when trust was a scarce commodity. As the station orbited silently above Earth, Alex returned once more to the observation bay. The stars outside twinkled with indifferent brilliance, but within him burned a renewed resolve. The weight of isolation was heavy, yes, but it was a burden he was ready to bear. For the sake of Helix One, for those who relied on him, and for the fragile hope that even in the darkest voids, light could be found. The sabotage was far from over. But Alex Mercer would not let the darkness consume him, not this time. With every breath, every heartbeat, he prepared to face whatever lay ahead. Anchored by the hard-earned knowledge that resilience was forged in the crucible of isolation and tested in the fires of trust. And as the station drifted through the silent expanse, Alex's thoughts sharpened into a single, unyielding question. How far was he willing to go to protect Helix 1, and at what cost would survival come? The quiet hum of the station was suddenly pierced by a sharp alarm, an ominous reminder that the fight was just beginning. Alex's eyes snapped open, muscles tensing as he prepared to move. The weight of isolation was real, but now it was a challenge he met head-on, fueled by determination and the unbreakable will to endure. The void awaited, vast and merciless, but so did he. Voices, usually subdued and professional, now carried sharp edges, fragments of suspicion and frustration that threatened to shatter the fragile truce the crew had managed to hold since the last sabotage attempt. Alex Mercer moved deliberately, his steps steady despite the uneasy weight settling in his chest. The station was no longer just a corporate summit venue. It was a crucible where trust was a scarce commodity. As he rounded the corner near the central hub, the low murmur of voices escalated abruptly into raised tones. Peering around the corner, Alex caught sight of Marcus Vale and Jenna Wu locked in a heated exchange. Marcus's tall frame was rigid, his eyes flashing with accusation, while Jenna stood her ground, fists clenched at her sides, a hard edge to her usual composed demeanor. "You're hiding something," Marcus said, voice low but cutting. "I see how you look at the logs, like you've got something to hide." Jenna's reply was swift and sharp. "And you think throwing around baseless accusations helps? Maybe you're the one whose loyalties are questionable." The air between them crackled with animosity, the sterile hum of the station's systems the only other sound in the confined space. Alex stepped forward, raising a hand to command attention. "Enough," he said firmly. "This isn't helping. We're all under enough pressure without tearing each other apart." Both turned to face him, the tension palpable. Marcus's calculating gaze met Alex's steady, sharp eyes, while Gina's expression softened just enough to acknowledge the intervention. "We need to remember what's at stake," Alex continued, his voice low but resolute. "The station, the summit, our lives. We can't afford fractures like this, not now." Marcus gave a curt nod, though the distrust lingered in his features. Jenna's posture relaxed slightly, but the fire in her eyes remained. Alex knew better than to expect instant harmony. The wounds of suspicion ran deep. Later, Alex convened an emergency meeting in the station's conference module. The circular table floated serenely in the zero-gravity environment, papers and digital tablets tethered to prevent them from drifting away. Around it sat the remaining key personnel: Dr. Lena Ortiz, Raj Patel, Jenna Wu, and Marcus Vale. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken doubts. Alex cleared his throat, drawing their attention. "We're at a critical juncture," he began. "Sabotage attempts have escalated, and the fractures among us are growing. We need to present a united front if we're going to get through this." Dr. Ortiz nodded, her dark curls framing a face marked by fatigue but resolute. "Technical systems are stabilizing, but any further internal conflict will jeopardize everything." Raj Patel shifted in his seat, his calm demeanor a steadying presence. "The engineering bay is running at full capacity to patch damage, but morale is slipping." Marcus's gaze flicked between the others, calculating as always. Trust is fragile, but necessary. We can't ignore the possibility of more infiltrators. Jenna leaned forward, voice steady. "Then we need transparency. No more secrets." Alex met their eyes in turn, agreed. "From now on, all critical information is shared openly. We'll hold daily briefings. No one acts alone." The group exchanged cautious looks but slowly nodded in assent. The fragile alliance held for now. As the meeting adjourned, Alex lingered, watching his team disperse through the softly lit corridors. The weight of leadership pressed down on him more heavily than ever. Trust was not given freely here. It was earned, tested, and often broken. Later, in the engineering bay, Raj Patel and Dr. Ortiz worked side by side amidst the hum of machinery and the faint scent of ozone. Raj's hands moved deftly over control panels, rerouting power and patching breaches, while Lena monitored system diagnostics, her brow furrowed with concern. "We're holding, but just barely," Raj said quietly. "If there's another hit like the last one, we might not recover in time." Lena glanced at the flickering readouts. "We need more eyes on the systems, more hands working as one, but the distrust is spreading." Raj sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "We'll have to be careful. Every step counts." Meanwhile, Alex found a moment of solitude on the observation deck. Outside the reinforced glass, the cold void of space stretched infinitely, a stark contrast to the claustrophobic tension within Helix 1. The stars shimmered like distant promises, indifferent to the turmoil inside. He pressed his palm against the glass, the smooth surface cooled beneath his fingers. "We're all just trying to survive," he whispered to the silence. But survival means more than just breathing. It means trusting each other, even when it's the hardest thing to do. His reflection stared back at him, sharp eyes shadowed by fatigue, a lean frame tense with responsibility. The scars of past betrayals ran deep, yet beneath them flickered a stubborn flame of determination. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life, breaking the quiet. Alex straightened, steeling himself. The fragile bonds aboard Helix 1 were being tested, but he was resolved to hold them together. The coming hours would demand everything he had and then some. As he turned back toward the station's interior, the weight of the fractured bonds pressed heavily on his shoulders. The question remained, could he keep the crew united, or would the paranoia and fear tear them apart before the true threat could be confronted? The battle for Helix 1 was far from over, and the fractures within could prove as deadly as any external attack. With a final glance at the endless blackness beyond, Alex Mercer stepped back into the fray, ready to face the storm brewing inside. Alex Mercer sat rigidly in the center, his sharp eyes fixed on the encrypted data streams scrolling rapidly across the main display. Beside him, Dr. Lena Ortiz's fingers flew over the console's interface, her brows knit in concentration as she struggled to unravel the dense layers of security woven into the intercepted communications. Chief Engineer Raj Patel leaned in close, the faint scent of burnt circuitry lingering in the recycled air as he monitored the station's operational readouts. "This isn't just a random attack," Lena murmured, her voice taut with tension. "These packets' multiple transmissions, all timed and coded, point to a coordinated effort. It's not just Helix 1 on the line. Other orbital stations could be targets." Alex's jaw tightened. The implications hit him like a cold slap. The sabotage that had nearly destroyed Helix 1 was only a fragment of a far larger and more insidious threat. The corporate summit's chaos had obscured a wider conspiracy, one that stretched beyond the confines of this station, threatening the fragile infrastructure of orbital commerce and governance. "How soon?" Alex asked, his voice low but urgent. Lena glanced up, her dark eyes reflecting the holoscreen's glow. "Some transmissions suggest imminent action. Days, maybe hours. They're moving fast." Raj slammed a fist lightly against the console. "We need to reinforce defenses, patch vulnerabilities. But with limited manpower and resources, it's a race against time." Alex nodded, feeling the familiar knot of pressure tighten in his chest. The zero-gravity tension that had gripped the station during the previous sabotage now seemed to expand exponentially, wrapping around the entire orbital network like a tightening noose. He rose, muscles taut, and floated toward the viewport. Outside, the vast emptiness of space stretched endlessly, a black canvas dotted with distant stars and the faint silhouettes of neighboring stations. The silence of the void was deafening. "We can't let this spiral," Alex said quietly, turning back to his team. "We need a strategy, fast, precise, and adaptive. We have to assume the enemy is watching, waiting for us to make a mistake." Lena exhaled deeply, adjusting her glasses. "I'll focus on decrypting more transmissions. If we can anticipate their moves, we can stay one step ahead." Rog tapped into the station's security grids. "I'll coordinate with external contacts to alert other stations and request backup. We're not just defending Helix 1 anymore. This is a networked attack." Alex's mind raced through contingencies, recalling every lesson from his past missions. The scars of previous betrayals and failures weighed heavily, but he refused to let them define this moment. "We'll need tighter protocols on all access points," he said, eyes narrowing. "No one gets through without clearance. Jenna and the security team will need to be on high alert. We can't afford another breach." The hum of the station's systems seemed to grow louder, a reminder of their fragile lifeline. Outside, the soft pulse of the station's external lights cast eerie patterns on the viewport, shadows swirling in zero gravity. Lena's voice cut through the tension. "I've managed to decrypt part of a message. It mentions Project Eclipse, some coordinated strike targeting critical infrastructure across multiple stations. If they succeed, it could cripple orbital communications and supply lines." Alex's heart pounded. "Then we're not just fighting for Helix 1, we're fighting for every soul out here." The team sprang into action, coordinating their efforts with a grim urgency. Alex mapped out patrol schedules, layered surveillance protocols, and emergency response plans. Lena continued her decryption work, racing against the clock to expose the full scope of Project Eclipse. Rog worked tirelessly to fortify the station's systems, patching vulnerabilities and liaising with external contacts. Days passed in a blur of tension and preparation. The zero-gravity corridors became a gauntlet of security checks and silent vigilance. Alex's physical agility and analytical mind were pushed to their limits, as was his ability to trust those around him. Paranoia simmered beneath the surface, but the necessity of alliance outweighed suspicion, at least for now. One evening, as Alex floated through the dimly lit command center, the faint crackle of a secure channel interrupted the silence. Lena's eyes widened as she recognized the voice on the other end, an informant from a rival corporation, offering fragmented intelligence about a mercenary cell mobilizing for the attack. "We're running out of time," Alex said grimly, absorbing the new information. Project Eclipse isn't just a plan, it's a countdown. The weight of the revelation pressed down on him, but beneath the pressure, a steely resolve took root. The war for space was escalating, and Helix 1 was at the epicenter. As the station orbited silently above Earth's atmosphere, Alex stared into the void beyond the viewport, the infinite darkness reflecting the uncertain future. The battle ahead would test every ounce of his strength, cunning, and trust. "We survive this," he vowed, voice steady despite the storm raging inside him. "Or we don't survive at all." The chapter closed on that fragile promise. The silent hum of Helix won a heartbeat against the vastness of space, a beacon of defiance in the face of encroaching shadows. The new threat was not just on the horizon, it was already here, and the fight for survival was only beginning. Alex Mercer stood before the vast panoramic window, the infinite starfield outside a stark contrast to the claustrophobic corridors behind him. The cold vacuum of space stretched endlessly, indifferent to the turmoil contained within this fragile orbital outpost. He inhaled slowly, trying to steady the storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. The sabotage crisis had passed, but the scars it left were raw and deep. His reflection merged with the stars, a solitary figure caught between duty and doubt. The question that haunted him was no longer just about who had betrayed whom or how to prevent the next attack. It was about his own place in this fractured world. Was he still the protector of Helix One, or had the relentless pressure and betrayal worn down his resolve beyond repair? The faint hiss of the air recycler brought him back to the present. A soft chime indicated an incoming message. He turned to see the station's comms panel blinking insistently. It was a summons to the conference room meeting called by Dr. Lena Ortiz and Marcus Vale. The alliance between them was tenuous at best, but necessary. The conference room was stark, illuminated by harsh white lights that reflected off the metal surfaces and the faces of those inside. Lena's eyes were sharp behind her glasses, her posture calm but alert. Marcus stood opposite, his expression unreadable, every muscle taut with barely concealed calculation. Alex took a seat, the chair's firmness grounding him. "We need to talk about what's next," Lena began, her voice steady. "The sabotage has changed everything. The station is vulnerable, and the summit's fallout will ripple far beyond these walls." Marcus nodded slowly. "Our factions are fractured, and trust is a scarce commodity. But if Helix One falls again, it won't just be corporate interests at risk, it'll be every life on board." Alex studied them both. The tension in the room was palpable, each word weighted with unspoken fears and the fragile hope for survival. "We have to rebuild, not just the station's systems, but the alliances that hold us together. I won't pretend it'll be easy." Lena glanced at Marcus, who met her gaze without flinching. "Trust has to start somewhere," she said softly. The meeting ended with no grand resolutions, only the understanding that the path forward was uncertain and fraught with peril. Alex left with a heavier burden but a clearer purpose. Later, in the dimly lit security quarters, Jenna Wu found him reviewing the station's schematics. Her presence was quiet but firm as she approached. "Alex," she said, her voice carrying the weight of shared hardship. "We all looked to you when things fell apart. You kept us together. We need that now more than ever." He looked up, meeting her determined gaze. "I'm not sure I'm the man I was before." Jenna smiled faintly. "Maybe not, but maybe you're exactly the man we need now." Her words struck a chord deep within him. The safety of Helix One depended not only on technology and protocols, but on the resilience and trust of its defenders. As the hours passed, Alex's thoughts coalesced into a resolution. The station's corridors no longer felt like a cage, but a battlefield where every choice mattered. He would face the ghosts of his past, the betrayals of the present, and the uncertain future with one unyielding purpose: to protect those who could not protect themselves. Standing once more at the observation deck, he spoke into his communicator, his voice steady and resolute. "This is Alex Mercer. We've survived the worst, but the fight isn't over. We rebuild, we strengthen, and we stand together. Helix One is more than a station, it's our home. and I won't let it fall." The stars outside shimmered coldly, but inside, a spark of determination burned bright. The crossroads had been reached, and Alex had chosen his path. The shadows of doubt still lingered, but they no longer held him captive. The future awaited, uncertain and dangerous, but for the first time in a long while, Alex felt ready to meet it head-on. And in the silence of space, that made all the difference. Now, the atmosphere was charged with a different energy, one of cautious hope and tentative rebuilding. Alex Mercer stood at the head of the room, his hands folded on the sleek, oval table before him. Around him, key players, delegates, security personnel, and technical experts sat upright, their faces a mixture of wariness and attention. "We've all seen the cost of silence and suspicion," Alex began, his voice steady but carrying the weight of recent trials. "Helix 1 is not just a station. It is a fragile ecosystem of trust and cooperation. If we are to move forward, that trust must be rebuilt, and security must become a shared responsibility." A murmur rippled through the room. Dr. Lena Ortiz nodded slightly, her glasses catching the light as she leaned forward. "The systems are stabilizing, but vulnerabilities remain. Cooperation between departments is crucial to patching these gaps quickly." Marcus Vale, seated near the back, shifted in his chair, his calculating gaze flickering between Alex and the others. The memory of his ambiguous loyalties hung heavy, but today he was here, present, listening. Alex continued, "To that end, I propose new protocols, transparent communication channels, regular joint security drills, and immediate reporting of any anomalies, no matter how minor. We cannot afford secrets any longer." The room was silent for a beat. Then nods began to spread, some hesitant, some resolute. This was the turning point, the fragile first step toward healing the fractures that had threatened to tear the station apart. Later, deep within the engineering bay, the air was thick with the scent of warm metal and lubricants. Raj Patel and Dr. Lena Ortiz worked side by side, their hands moving deftly across control panels and wiring harnesses. The station's heartbeat, its systems depended on their expertise. The redundancy upgrades we're implementing will buy us critical time should another sabotage occur, Raj said, wiping sweat from his brow despite the controlled temperature. Lena nodded, eyes sharp behind her glasses. "And the diagnostic algorithms have been refining will help us detect anomalies faster. Together, we can build a network of resilience." Their collaboration was a quiet testament to the spirit of the station, a determination to survive and protect born from adversity. In a narrow zero-gravity corridor, the atmosphere was tense but charged with unspoken possibility. Alex floated beside Marcus Vale, the faint glow of indicator panels casting shifting shadows across their faces. "I know I've given you reasons not to trust me," Marcus said quietly, "but if we're to succeed, I need you to believe I'm committed to this." Alex's sharp eyes met Marcus's. "Trust isn't given lightly here. You'll have to earn it." Understood, the weight of their exchange lingered, a fragile bridge over past betrayals. Elsewhere, Jenna Wu moved with purposeful steps along the station's perimeter corridors. The soft thud of her boots echoed faintly as she scanned for any sign of threat. Her face was set in a mask of focused vigilance, embodying the renewed commitment that now coursed through the crew. "We're not just guarding a station," Jenna thought. "We're guarding every life that depends on it." As days passed, the new protocols took root. Communication lines once choked with suspicion now flowed with cautious openness. Joint drills became routine, and the barriers between factions began to crumble, replaced by a shared determination. Alex found himself in the eye of this transformation, his leadership evolving from a solitary enforcer to a unifying force. Yet, the scars of past betrayals were never far beneath the surface, reminding him that vigilance was as much about human nature as it was about technology. One evening, as the station orbited silently against the backdrop of infinite stars, Alex stood by a viewport, gazing out into the void. The station hummed around him, a small bastion of life and fragile trust. "We've come a long way," he murmured to himself, "but the fight isn't over. Not by a long shot." Alex Mercer stood at the epicenter of this transformation, his sharp eyes tracing the streams of data cascading across the translucent screens before him. The scars of recent sabotage still lingered in the station's metal bones, but today marked a turning point, a deliberate, calculated effort to reclaim Helix One's sanctity and secure its future. Beside him, Chief Engineer Raj Patel orchestrated the delicate ballet of technical upgrades with methodical precision. The maintenance bay, usually a chaotic array of tools and floating components, had transformed into a hive of synchronized activity. Raj's team moved fluidly in zero gravity, their practiced hands fitting new sensors and reinforced circuitry into the station's core systems. Tools danced weightlessly, tethered only by the engineer's expert grasp and the unspoken rhythm of coordinated effort. Make sure the new intrusion detection protocols integrate seamlessly with the existing architecture, Alex instructed, his voice steady but edged with urgency. "We can't afford any blind spots, not after what happened." Raj nodded, his normally calm face creasing with a rare flicker of tension. "Understood. We're also upgrading the environmental controls. The life support systems will have redundant failsafes, and the power grid will incorporate real-time anomaly detection." From the adjacent lab, Dr. Lena Ortiz approached, her curly black hair pulled back to reveal a face set with determination. She adjusted her glasses as she joined the conversation, adding, "The scientific safeguards will complement the security upgrades. We've developed algorithms that can predict potential sabotage points based on past incidents and current vulnerabilities. Integrating these will give us a proactive edge." Alex allowed a brief nod of approval. Lena's expertise had been invaluable throughout the crisis, and her presence reassured him that the station's defenses would be as much about intellect as hardware. The atmosphere aboard Helix One was a fragile tapestry of hope and residual fear. The summit's delegates, once fractured by suspicion and paranoia, now moved with cautious cooperation. Jenna Wu, Alex's loyal subordinate, patrolled the corridors with renewed purpose. Her keen eyes scanned every shadow, every flicker of movement, embodying the station's collective resolve to stand vigilant. "Security protocols are tighter," Jenna reported during a brief encounter. "Crew morale is stabilizing, but some are still on edge." Alex's gaze hardened. "We rebuild more than systems. Trust has to be restored, piece by piece." As the days unfolded, the upgrades progressed. New biometric scanners replaced outdated access points. Enhanced communication, encryption-shielded, sensitive transmissions, and emergency response teams drilled relentlessly in simulated sabotage scenarios. The zero-gravity environment, once a disorienting obstacle, became an asset security measures adapted to exploit the unique challenges of orbital operations. Yet beneath the surface, Alex sensed the subtle undercurrents of unresolved tension. Paranoia had a stubborn hold, and the shadows of betrayal still whispered in the station's quieter corners. The question lingered, were these preparations sufficient to shield Helix One from what might come next? One evening, as the station orbited silently against the backdrop of infinite stars, Alex stood alone by a viewport, the cold expanse of space a stark contrast to the heated urgency inside. His hand rested against the glass, fingers tracing the outline of distant constellations. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on him, not just for the station, but for the fragile alliances and fractured trust that now defined his mission. A soft chime interrupted his reverie. The command console lit up with a status update. The upgrades were nearly complete, the station humming with renewed vitality. Yet the message beneath the surface was clear: vigilance must never waver. With a deep breath, Alex turned away from the window, his resolve hardening. Helix 1 was no longer just a station. It was a battleground of wills, a crucible forged by betrayal and survival. The final preparations were more than technical. They were a testament to human resilience and the relentless fight to protect what remained. As the chapter closed, the station's corridors buzzed with quiet anticipation. Every sensor, every safeguard, every watchful eye was a thread in a vast, delicate web that Alex Mercer was determined to hold together, no matter the cost. But the question echoed silently in the depths of his mind. In the endless void of space, can true security ever be achieved? Or is the greatest threat one that no system can detect? The answer, Alex knew, would come not just from technology, but from the choices they all had yet to make. And as the shadows lengthened in zero gravity, the final preparations were complete, yet the true test was only beginning. The earth hung, suspended like a fragile blue jewel, glowing softly against the endless black. The station around him hummed quietly, a constant reminder of the delicate balance that kept Helix 1 alive. He felt the familiar weight of isolation settle over him, but beneath it, a new feeling began to stir. Cautious optimism. The shadows of past betrayals still clung to him, memories sharp and unrelenting. Yet, here, in this moment, with the stars as silent witnesses, Alex recognized the transformation within himself. No longer was he just the solitary enforcer, haunted and distrustful. He had become a leader, one who could lean on others, inspire fractured alliances, and guide them through uncertainty. Inside the cramped briefing room, the soft glow of monitors illuminated the faces gathered around the table. Dr. Lena Ortiz paced slowly, her voice calm and steady as she reviewed the latest system diagnostics. The repairs held firm. The station's life support and communications had stabilized. Alex watched her carefully, noting the quiet confidence in her demeanor despite the exhaustion etched into her eyes. "We're not out of the woods yet," Lena said, tapping the screen to highlight a series of sensor readings. "But the worst is behind us. If we maintain vigilance and keep protocols tight, Helix 1 will hold." Alex nodded, the weight of responsibility pressing on his shoulders. He knew the road ahead would not be easy. The scars of sabotage, deception, and loss ran deep. But the crew's resilience, their willingness to stand together, gave him hope. Later, as the station's artificial gravity hummed softly, Alex floated through the narrow corridors alongside Jenna Wu. The zero-gravity environment lent a surreal quality to their movements, bodies twisting and turning with practiced ease. The lighting cast long shadows along the walls, flickering as the station's systems cycled through their routines. "Feels different now," Jenna said quietly, breaking the silence. "Like we're finally moving past the worst." Alex gave a small, rare smile. "It's not over, but maybe we're ready to face what comes next, together." Their exchange was a small but significant step, a crack in the armor of suspicion that had once isolated them all. Trust, fragile and tentative, began to take root. In the station's engineering bay, Chief Engineer Raj Patel worked methodically, tightening the last bolts on a newly installed security panel. The air was thick with the scent of lubricants and metal, punctuated by the soft click of tools. He glanced up as Alex entered, their eyes meeting in a moment of silent understanding. "Everything's holding steady," Raj reported. "These new protocols should keep us a step ahead." Alex nodded, the relief in his expression tempered by the knowledge that vigilance must never waver. "Good work, Raj. Couldn't have done it without you." The simple nod they shared spoke volumes, trust earned through shared trials, forged in the crucible of crisis. As the day gave way to the artificial night cycle aboard Helix 1, Alex found himself once again at the viewport. The stars twinkled coldly, indifferent to human struggle. But within the station, a new light flickered, one of hope, resilience, and hard-won unity. He allowed himself a moment to breathe, to acknowledge the journey that had brought him here. The scars would remain, reminders of the shadows he had faced. But they no longer defined him. The future was uncertain, yes. But for the first time in a long while, Alex felt ready. Ready to lead, ready to trust, ready to endure. And as Helix 1 sailed silently through the void, the faintest whisper of optimism stirred in the stillness. The stars shimmered like distant fires, cold and indifferent, yet somehow comforting in their constancy. Behind him, the low hum of the station's life support systems and the muted chatter of departing delegates filled the air. A subtle reminder of the fragile human endeavor that persisted in this orbit. The corporate summit was drawing to a close, leaving in its wake a tangled web of power shifts, fractured alliances, and scars both visible and hidden. Alex's sharp eyes scanned the starfield, but his thoughts were far from the serene vista. The past weeks had been a relentless test of endurance, trust, and wit. The sabotage attempts, the betrayals, the narrow escapes, all had carved deep lines into his resolve. Yet, standing here, he felt the faint stirrings of hope, fragile but undeniable. A soft chime pulled him from his reverie. Turning, he saw Dr. Lena Ortiz approaching, her usual composed expression softened by a tentative smile. "Data's coming in stable," she reported, her voice calm but tinged with relief. "The station's systems are holding steady after the upgrades. It's a good sign." Alex nodded, appreciating the steady presence she represented. "Thanks, Lena. Your work's been critical. We couldn't have made it without your expertise." She shrugged modestly. "It's a team effort. We all have our parts to play." As they spoke, Marcus Vale appeared at the corridor's entrance, his tall frame casting a long shadow. His normally sharp gaze held an unusual softness, a hint of vulnerability beneath the polished exterior. "Mercer," Marcus greeted, inclining his head in a gesture of respect. "I thought I might find you here." Alex met his eyes steadily. "Marcus, the summit's almost over. What's next for you?" Marcus's lips curved into a brief smile. "That depends. The corporate tides are shifting, and so must we all. There may be opportunities in the chaos." Their conversation was laced with unspoken history, betrayals narrowly averted, alliances reluctantly forged. Yet amidst the tension, there was a mutual acknowledgement that survival demanded cooperation. "We'll see," Alex replied cautiously. "Trust is a fragile thing aboard this station." Marcus nodded, the fleeting vulnerability vanishing behind his calculating gaze. "True. But perhaps, in time, it can be rebuilt." As Marcus departed, Alex turned back to Lena. "Do you think the station can truly recover from this?" She paused, considering. "Recovery is more than repairs and protocols. It's about people, trust, hope, and resilience." Helix 1 has those in abundance, even if they're wary. The words resonated with Alex. The summit had exposed the worst of human ambition, betrayal, greed, and the corrosive thirst for power. Yet it had also revealed the best: courage, ingenuity, and the capacity to forge bonds in the crucible of crisis. Later, as the final delegates prepared to depart, the corridors buzzed with a subdued energy. Conversations were guarded, smiles polite, but edged with uncertainty. Vivian Cade's conspicuous absence was a silent reminder that the battle was far from over. Her shadow lingered, a testament to the corrosive influence of unchecked ambition. Alex moved through the crowd, offering nods and brief words of thanks to those who had stood with him. Jenna Wu caught his eye, her usual sharp focus softened by fatigue. "We made it," she said quietly. "For now," Alex replied, the weight of vigilance settling once more on his shoulders. But this isn't the end. As he made his way back to the observation deck, the stars outside seemed to beckon a vast unknown filled with peril and possibility. The scars of the past would not fade easily, but Alex felt a steady resolve to face whatever came next. The future was uncertain, but it was a horizon he was ready to meet head-on. Helix 1 was more than a station. It was a testament to human resilience and the relentless pursuit of survival against overwhelming odds, and Alex Mercer would be its vigilant guardian, standing watch as new threats emerged and old wounds slowly healed. The orbit of lies had shifted, but the fight for truth, trust, and hope was far from over. With a final glance at the endless cosmos, Alex turned away from the window, ready to step into the dawn of a new chapter for Helix 1 and for himself. Alex Mercer floated gently, his gaze fixed on the earth below, a fragile blue orb suspended in an endless sea of black. The orbital station Helix 1 had endured the tempest of sabotage and betrayal, but the scars it bore were more than just physical. They etched themselves deep into the minds and souls of those who had walked its corridors during the crisis. Alex exhaled slowly, the recycled air filling his lungs as he allowed himself a moment of stillness. The weight of the past weeks pressed on him not only the near-catastrophic failures and the relentless fight to keep the station intact, but also the faces of those lost, the friends and colleagues who would never see Earth's horizon again. The mission had tested every fiber of his being, pushing him to the edge of endurance and beyond. Behind him, the soft footsteps of approaching personnel broke the silence. Dr. Lena Ortiz and Chief Engineer Raj Patel entered the bay, their faces illuminated by the subtle glow of the station's ambient lighting. Lena's eyes held a mixture of exhaustion and relief, while Roger's calm demeanor seemed almost unshakable despite recent events. "Alex," Lena said quietly, her voice carrying the warmth of genuine concern, "we've stabilized the last of the critical systems. The station's heartbeat is steady again." He turned to face them, nodding with a faint smile. "Thanks to you both. Without your expertise, we wouldn't have made it this far." Raj gave a modest shrug. It was a team effort. Everyone played their part. The trio floated together in the observation bay, their eyes meeting with unspoken understanding. The ordeal had forged bonds that transcended titles and roles, bonds born of shared danger and relentless determination. "What now?" Lena asked, breaking the silence. "How do we move forward from all this?" Alex's gaze drifted back to the stars. By staying vigilant, by remembering that trust is fragile but necessary. We've seen what happens when it breaks. We have to build stronger connections, stronger defenses, not just for Helix 1, but for everyone who calls it home. A soft chime echoed through the Batha signal that Jenna Wu was securing the station's corridors. Alex visualized her swift, deliberate movements as she navigated the zero-gravity passages, a sentinel guarding the fragile peace they had won. Her presence was a reminder that the fight was not over, that vigilance must be constant. Later, Alex found himself alone before the digital memorial wall, a sleek panel of luminescent panels displaying the names of those lost during the sabotage attempts. Each name flickered softly, a silent testament to sacrifice and resilience. He reached out, his fingers tracing the glowing letters of a fallen comrade. Memories surged, the frantic alarms, the desperate repairs in microgravity, the faces of betrayal and courage intertwined. His voice was barely a whisper. "We honor you, we carry you forward." The station's artificial gravity hummed softly as he straightened, determination settling like steel in his chest. The battle had been won, but the war against deception and danger in the void was ongoing. Helix 1 was a beacon, fragile yet defiant, orbiting a world that demanded protection. As Alex prepared to leave the memorial, a come alert interrupted his thoughts. The screen displayed a new message, encrypted, but unmistakably urgent. His eyes narrowed. "Whatever comes next," he murmured to himself, "we're ready." His silhouette merged with the station's shadows as Helix 1 continued its silent vigil above Earth, a testament to human endurance and ingenuity amid the cold void of space. The journey had left its mark, but Alex Mercer was resolute. The scars he bore were not signs of defeat, but badges of survival. And with every heartbeat of the station, every whispered promise, he stood ready to meet the challenges of tomorrow, unbroken, enduring.